believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. That I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and this is Technology Thursday. Wow. We are here ready to go with yet another show. The Dow Jones is down minus 15 points. Dropped right below 25 to 24,999. Right. In case anyone was wondering, I doubt any of you are investing, so it's not a big deal. But people like Sarah, they invest. Yeah, great audio, thanks. As long as it's working, that's great. That's all I care about. Okay, Boeing is unveiling the jet. No, they have a really great hybrid blimp they created. It's just like the idea I talked to them about, except my idea uses old infrastructures like 707, the hulls of planes, 727, 737s. It's down minus 15 points, not a big deal. We gave up Skype a while back, Howie, because of the attack by the clan of gang stalkers here. In case you didn't know, you were gone one night, but we had a lot of bad gang stalking in Skype. We can't prevent it. Skype doesn't provide any tools to prevent us from doing that. Dave really has us out low standards, huh? Really? My microphone is not that big. It's relatively small. I'm getting a better microphone in the show, but don't worry about that right now. We have a better setup. I just haven't bothered to set it up yet. Hundreds of birds are dying, or have died during the 5G cell phone tower experiment in The Hague in Netherlands. We've got more than enough evidence that the technology of the 5G network is completely untested and dangerous. I'll get to that in just a bit. Yeah. Oh, let's talk about it right now. Let's not wait. Hundreds of birds dead during 5G cell phone tower experiment. This is outrageous, people. We cannot let these people deploy 5G networks. And we found out, you know, this recent thing with Huawei, the telecommunications leader in Asia, involving Trump. Whatever they do in Asia is on them. we should not in any way prosecute Meng. It's ridiculous for Trump to be doing this against China right now when he's trying to negotiate a trade deal. It's absurd. Yes, they did hack our Skype. That's correct, 17. I've never seen a crow eat an 8-ball, no. Is this some sort of a weird thing? I'm going to purge that from the show. You're not allowed to make ridiculous statements. Yeah. That's not acceptable here. No, Trump isn't smart enough to be the Antichrist. He's simply doing what he was told and what his father and uncle, John Trump, were really trying to deploy. It's a plan by the New World Order to implement telecommunications like the 5G network and ultimately put all humanity in danger. It's Tesla technology that John Trump developed. John Trump, in case you were wondering, was the man, his uncle, was the man who actually pulled Tesla's technology out of a locker facility in New York. And he handled the estate. Trump has had 2 trials for income tax fraud. Yeah, well, we're going to get more on his income taxes soon, hopefully, when the Democrats subpoena him for 10 years of tax returns. I'm surprised Mueller didn't do that. It shows me Mueller is a shill and working for the deep state. The wall is my idea. I'm going to be going to heaven for building the wall. It's actually a fence, and I was the one that came up with the 1,000-mile fence idea. I measured the distance needed to put our country in safety. And this is something that Trump immediately took on as his when he called it a wall. And everyone now is talking about how there's a huge divide between what Nancy Pelosi says and what Trump says. You see, Nancy Pelosi refuses to acknowledge the idea of building a fence. She's hell-bent on saying she won't build a wall. So we can't use the word wall, and therein lies the problem. The president, when he stole the idea from me, the 1,000-mile fence, he insisted it was a wall. So now the president is lingering in this belief that it's a wall, and he won't leave that alone. He even says he doesn't care what you call it, but then he keeps calling it a wall. And that's pissing Pelosi off. That's really the divide here. It's a semantics discussion between 2 old people who can barely comprehend reality. That's where we're at right now. Stay relevant, Howie. Please. We expect more from you. I didn't really like the rotary engine. When Mazda developed it, it has tips on the engine's tip where it creates a vacuum. The tip started wearing down. So Mazda developed the Teflon tip. But I love the idea in its core development, but because of the fact that the tip wears out and you have all kinds of leaks, it made me wonder, you know, is this the right thing to put into an engine? I loved it initially, though. You know what I like right now are the engines that Honda makes that reduce from 6 cylinders down to 4 and then 2. So when you take it up to about 60 miles an hour, your car starts just using 2 cylinders, not 4 or 6. That's brilliant. I think that's better. The array piston cylinders make more sense than the rotary for that purpose alone. Thank you. Good question, though. Any other technology questions, feel free to push them through me. Well, I don't know. Ivanka and Donald Jr. Were pretty involved. Ivanka has a close friend, Wendy Deng, who was the girlfriend of Vladimir Putin. And Ivanka met Wendy Deng in Moscow on August 16th, 2016. That's suspicious in and of itself. Again, Donald Jr. was told not to talk about the adoption thing when he went back to testify for the second time, and he changed his story after his father weighed in on it. This is according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders. That's an admission of tampering with a witness. Sarah Huckabee Sanders ostensibly admitted that Donald Trump tampered with a witness when she said that Donald Trump weighed in on it. You're not allowed to tamper with a witness and change their testimony. So that in and of itself is front row center. But there's other issues that are disturbing at this point in the news. Senate rebukes Trump over troop withdrawals from Syria and Afghanistan. Rand Paul, and I like Rand Paul now, by the way, he says this is ludicrous to call a withdrawal from Afghanistan and Syria precipitous. And by the way, Rand Paul just collected, I think, $585,000 in his lawsuit, whether he gets the money or not from this guy who beat him up. I want to congratulate Rand Paul for his efforts. I'm beginning to like Rand Paul more and more the more I realize what he's been through. Yeah. He got nearly killed. You know, the guy jumped him when he was doing lawn mowing, his neighbor, and crushed his rib cage to the point where it punctured his lung. I mean, he's lucky to be alive. But he collected $585,000 in this recent lawsuit. But yeah, I agree with Rand Paul and the Republicans. If you want to say it's if it's precipitous to pull out of Afghanistan and Syria, I cannot agree with the Republicans who believe that. Only Rand Paul. He's the guy that's bucking McConnell and the others, who seem to be really into the New World Order approach. Now, as you know, Donald Trump stole my idea of pulling out of Syria and Afghanistan. But that's okay, because it's for us, for America. And I'm glad that he has gone in this direction. He bucked General Mattis. I mean, I got to tell you, Donald Trump has been doing more to support my ideas than any person out there. And ironically, I've had more an effect on Donald Trump than I would ever have imagined. So I'm really glad about that. If he follows through with this and bucks Bolton and gets us out of Syria, I think we'll be better off for it. I can't imagine Rand Paul even hanging with Lindsey Graham, but that's interesting. What we need to do is lock up criminals, not distribute them to other countries so they can grow in numbers and they get worse. Well, I support the death penalty at the federal level. I eat a little bit of garlic every day. It's good for you. You can take garlic pills, you know, they make them so your breath doesn't smell. You might want to try that. No, I don't think Barron Trump is Donald Trump, unless Donald Trump was born with aphasia and some sort of a difficult time talking. Because at this point, Barron Trump can't say a word. We haven't heard him speak. We don't even know what he says. Let's hear Barron Trump at least say something. I want to hear him say something like, "Hi there," or something like that. That'd be great. But no words in 2 years? That's a little bit weird. Really, you've been eating rose petals, huh? Hot jacket? Mattis is a military general. They always want war. General MacArthur wanted to drop a nuke on China in the Korean War in the 1950s. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that General Mattis is no longer, pushing his agenda in Syria. I'm sorry he left, though. I thought he was a really good general. But hopefully his Deputy Secretary of Defense will fill his shoes until he is replaced. We don't know. I don't know what's wrong with Barron. I don't really think anything's wrong with Barron, but if he can't speak, I mean, we need to at least listen to our mind here. If he can't speak, how can he ever evolve into a political candidate? He may be an indigo child. He seems very intelligent. Yeah. And for that matter, you know, we may have gotten Donald Trump completely wrong on his intelligence level. We do know that Donald has he believes he's a genius, but he's never been tested like I've been. I have a test out there at davidspanon.com that I took when I was 15 in 11th grade. Now you're wondering, well, how was I 15 in 11th grade? Because I skipped 7th grade. And my genius was measured at 185, my IQ. I don't even believe IQ tests are accurate. But Donald is definitely very smart in his mind.
There's Donald Trump, an intellectual. Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well.
Anyway, aside from that, I don't think Trump skipped any grades like I did. Now, I believe you're right, Real Magoo. Venezuela could be the new Iraq. And Maduro could be the new Saddam Hussein. They're looking to peg him as the bad guy. And they've even produced a secondary leader that could be replaced. The CIA has been very busy in Venezuela for some time, along with Goldman Sachs and Russia. So they're prepared to make some big moves, I'm sure. And I've said this, if Donald Trump wanted to do the most disturbing short-term thing he could do to keep the discussion of the wall alive, All he has to do is declare war against Venezuela. That's all he has to do. And if he follows my advice here, that will be the worst thing he'll ever do. It's not a good idea. I don't think we should fund the wall with an emergency act. I think there's money in the VA fund to do this creatively. I don't think we need an emergency act to do this, but if he really wanted to do the worst possible thing, simply declare war against Maduro and claim he's going to save the people of Venezuela. Automatically sending our troops down there, putting our entire border at risk, making it necessary, and truly bringing on the Emergency Powers Act to get that border fence built ASAP. Now, I did read what Pelosi said. She wants to take the existing 700 miles that's currently got a little fence on it and really beef it up. She's not that far away from Trump, except she wants to call it a fence. He wants to call it a wall. That's where we're at. So if Trump would just say to Nancy, we'll just extend the 700 to 1,000, Nancy, and we'll call it a fence, I think we're on the right track. There's got to be a way you can dance through the semantics between two old people that are suffering from chronic brain syndrome and say, would you like the pudding or the Jell-O? It's like you're walking up to an older person sitting in a bed going, would you like pudding or Jell-O? It's a tough decision. You know, it's not easy. I'm not making fun of people in nursing homes. Would you like pudding or Jell-O? Yeah, it's your turn, Nancy. 6,000 people have been killed at the current border since 2000. Yeah. Well, 1,000 people have been killed by tasers since the year 2000. So, yeah. And since the year 2000, we got 20 times, oh wow, 5 million people have died from hospital neglect. Yeah, 5 million died from hospital neglect. Yeah, in that time period since 2000. Amazing, huh? Yeah. So what do you think? What's worse, 6,000 people at the border or 5 million people dead from hospital abuse? You people who are all about gun control, the number of people that die from a gun is like negligible compared to blunt objects like hammers. Why don't you outlaw hammers while you're at it? Jeez. All right, so Trump insists he's on the same page as Intel chiefs after insulting them. Boy, doesn't he have a flair about him, you know? Using his power, he insults the entire military intelligence community and then goes ahead and declares that they're right. Wow, that takes a lot, doesn't it? You Trump supporters must really be proud.
As intelligence chiefs say, President claims that they told him they were misquoted when they publicly contradicted him during a congressional testimony yesterday. What's your analysis of this latest development, this rift that has developed between the president and his top intelligence chiefs?
You know, Wolf, it just could not be more embarrassing for the president or for the country. You know, Gina Haspel, Director Coates, these are some of the most serious people out there, people who oversee other people who risk their lives every single day. So to trot them into the Oval Office for this this photo shoot today during the intelligence briefing, and then to have the president say that they said that it was fake news, that is not language that Gina Haspel or Director Coates uses. So the president is simply lying to the American people here. And he said, go read the transcript. Look, you don't even need to go read the transcript. Look at the video of what they said. They said that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. They did not mention the supposed crisis on our southern border in a threats, worldwide threats hearing. Didn't even mention it. Did not say that ISIS was defeated. In fact, said that ISIS continued to be a threat. North Korea not denuclearizing. Again, it's like watching a 4-year-old boy say that what is evidently and obviously true to everybody else is not true. So I think what's happening here is that the president is just speaking again to his base, in which there is no objective reality except what President Trump says, and then also hoping to move on, because of course it's not comfortable for Republicans in Congress to be asked the question, you know, who do you believe? Do you believe the president, or do you believe the director of the CIA? I think this is the president's attempt to get past that very embarrassing, very frightening moment in which he said, my intelligence people are wrong.
It's frightening to see somebody go against intelligence. Now, Trump is on record saying that he didn't think that Russia had anything to do with it, and then he changed his mind. He had one word flipped in one single speech he claimed was wrongly stated by him. And this is absurd. He's never been outspoken and said that Russia was involved in rigging our election. He's never even said those words. So clearly he is working for Russia. Clearly. And clearly this connection to Vladimir Putin is more than intimate. There's something going on. He went and had a meeting 2 days ago that was also private. This is unbelievable. He continues to meet with Putin secretly, despite all the reveals in the media that he went out of his way to get rid of the notes of him and Putin every single time. I'm in a state of shock that this continues to happen, and he's laughing in our face. He admitted it. He had a relationship with Putin.
So when we talk about what the current politics are back at home, we know that there is a tense relationship between President Obama and Vladimir Putin, especially when it comes to world stage issues. Do you have a relationship with Vladimir Putin, a conversational relationship, or anything that you feel you have sway or influence over his government?
I do have a relationship, and I can tell you that he's very interested in what we're doing here today. He's probably very interested in what you and I are saying today. I'm sure he's going to be seeing it in some form. But I do have a relationship with him, and I think it's very interesting to see what's happened. I mean, look, he's done a very brilliant job in terms of what he represents and who he's representing.
The guy's a mobster. Putin is a mobster. He's aligned with the Russian oligarchs. He made $200 billion. He's the biggest capitalist in Russia. He's for sale. They give him money. He does what they tell him. Anyway, 10-year challenge meme. Could it meet? Yes. Facebook. Okay. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Privacy scheme disguised as a meme.
People participating in the new 10-year social media challenge may be unknowingly sharing sensitive information. Have you done that yet? Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram users are posting photos of themselves a decade apart with the hashtag 10-year challenge. Some well-known people have gotten in on the fun, but the millions of publicly shared photos can be a treasure trove of information for companies working with facial recognition and artificial intelligence.
Wow. We'll have that later tonight. Yeah, that'll be in our video segment. 5 minutes of talking about that. Don't share any links. I did the 10-year challenge, and I brought my link out. I know. I brought my link out. And it was covered. I had my zipper up. I got a 10-year recording right now. You can take a snapshot of this right now and put it on the internet. Yeah, here I was in 2008, right after doing 500 hours continuously, 10 hours a day, 50 days in a row, trying to stop Barack Obama in 2008. This is the 10-year challenge, everybody.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
That's me. There I was 10 years ago, man. I know. It's amazing. It's living the good life. That's the secret. I'll smile for you to screen grab it. Thank you. All right, now, 10 years, yeah. Blog TV cut us. We had 1 million viewers, and they sold the network out from under us. Some federal informant had $5 million to blow on it, and they closed it down. They knew we were growing then. And then we migrated over here and pretty much made Vaughn a multimillionaire. I can't get over how much money he made. Yes. The smile was not tampered with. Anyone talks to Alexa is contributing to the making of Skynet. Skynet is the Terminator show with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Talked about Skynet. Thanks, Chris22. Have a nice day, too, to you. Chris22 is absolutely right. Anyone who's using Alexa right now is part of it. Yes, they're creating Skynet. It's as if you people want cybernetic organisms to take over with AI systems. It's as if you've succumbed to the Borg. Resistance is futile. I don't look like him, no. Resistance is futile. You have just been absorbed by the Borg. A lot of people are worried about this dystopian future in which the Terminator takes over. I can tell you that's not going to happen under me. I assure you. I am not a cybernetic organism. Human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. My name is David. I'm a nice guy. You can't say bad things about me. That's a violation of Section 22 of the Penal Code. Of the Human and Android Right Commission. You are now under arrest. No, luckily we don't have that. I know. Boston Dynamics can't wait to get these robots out there integrated into your police farce. Yeah, it's getting better as we speak. The muscle mac and cheese is sitting on the stove blending right now. And I showed you how good it looks. It's just like, man, I can't wait to eat it. That's going to be really good. Nope, you keep asking me that, and that's a bannable offense, gets 3-6. Yeah. Okay, Scissorfight has something. Hi, Scissorfight. We got federal seized several years of Roger Stone's communication. You know what I don't understand? Matthew Whitaker, the acting attorney general, just announced that Mueller's going to wrap up the case real fast. Okay, and then this story came out yesterday. They seized several years of Roger Stone's communications, and it's a huge pile of information. So how can Mueller wrap this case up when he just opened piles and piles of data and information that Roger Stone had acquired? I mean, come on. Who's talking to who? I mean, is Matthew Whitaker just blowing smoke out of his butthole? Or his pie hole? I mean, come on. What the hell? Sorry to be so crude, but I'm a little tired of this. I want to see progress from Mueller, not this constant BS from Matthew Whitaker acting like it's all going to be wrapped up soon. I think you're ham things up a lot. What? I'm sorry, you can't post in here unless you learn how to write. Yeah, work on your writing ability. Use your words. We'll play that later. I normally don't play Ozzy Osbourne, but as you know, we are virtually interactive here, and we can play that at 10 o'clock, but you won't hear it. I don't buy hams. I usually prefer not to eat any type of ham. Please work on, work on your English. Go to Google Translate. There's a great interface to translate from your native language of what? Portuguese or Vietnamese? Are you from Vietnam? Because your syntax seems like it's from Vietnam. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, I'm going to mute you for a while. Thank you. Goodbye. These people could just learn to be as smart as Trump.
Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
He knows words. He has the best words. So I think we'll get back to the reality check that Mueller is now with a pile of paperwork that he didn't even know about. You know, it's very likely that Roger Stone uncovered the Seth Rich connection. That's right. There you go. I think he may have uncovered the Seth Rich thing, and that's probably what Mueller finally ran into. And then his overseers got him on the phone and said, Mr. Mueller, you are not allowed to talk about Seth Rich or the Democratic Party. It's really a new world order. You see, I'm old-fashioned. I think that Kissinger is pulling Mueller's strings. I really do. I think Henry Kissinger is behind the scrim. He's the wizard behind the Oz. I know. I can't get over Trump. He seems to be all over the place. Every single day it's just like a new odyssey in insanity. Let's take a look at this protesters rush Chinese trade delegation in Washington. I want to see this. This may be somewhat violent. Let's take a look. Oh, video unavailable. Let's play it again. Play it again, Sam. What? Oh, okay. So we're not allowed to see it because Bloomberg had it. They canceled it. Oh, okay. Well, let's move on. Yeah, that was too much to handle. It's the chances of Donald Trump declaring a national emergency at the border just went up. If you've read this CNN story like I did, you'll realize that they made a mistake. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Now, this is a really good article talking about how Nancy Pelosi calls it doesn't want to ever allow a wall, and Trump refuses to change the word wall.
I don't expect much coming out of the committee.
President Trump throwing cold water today on the prospects that a bipartisan group of lawmakers will strike a deal to avert another government shutdown.
If they don't give us a wall, it doesn't work.
This after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi threw her own cold water on the possibility that a final deal will include wall funding.
There's not going to be any wall money in the legislation.
Though she expressed openness to other kinds of barriers.
If the president wants to call that a wall, he can call it a wall. He's referencing it. We already have almost 700 miles of wall. So again, is there a place where enhanced fencing, Normandy fencing would work?
But Trump telling Pelosi point blank, no deal.
She did say she'd be open to other kinds of physical barriers. Would you accept that?
No, because if there's no wall, it doesn't work. She's just playing games. If you go to Tijuana and you take down that wall, you will have so many people coming into our country that Nancy Pelosi will be begging for a wall. She'll be begging for a wall. She will say, Mr. President, please, please, give us a wall.
Shutdown furloughs got to go. Less than 1 week after the government reopened, prospects of a new shutdown seem at an all-time high, as Trump defends the last one that ended without his border wall.
If I didn't do the shutdown, people wouldn't know, they wouldn't understand the subject. Now they understand the subject. They realize what a humanitarian crisis it is. It's called, like in deal making, setting the table.
His other negotiating tactic, building a wall through executive action, which remains a top option.
On February 15th, the committee will come back. And if they don't have a wall, I don't even want to waste my time reading what they have, because it's a waste of time.
All this as Trump turns his fire in public and private on his intelligence chiefs, specifically Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats and CIA Director Gina Haspel, who seemed to contradict him over and over again on Capitol Hill this week. The president saying this today when asked if he still had confidence in Coats and Haspel.
No, I disagree with certain things that they said. I think I'm right, but time will prove that. Time will prove me right, probably.
Wow. Okay, so he's very big on himself. The problem with this article, though, and I'll bring up a couple things at the very end of the article. They said two things are going to happen as we move forward to the deadline.
Coming out of the committee.
The new deadline that he's created, February 20th, I believe. February 15th. According to this article, it says right here. Right. We are headed for another crisis. It appears it's going to be short. There was in no way a concession that was taking care of millions of people who were getting badly hurt by the shutdown. Okay. So he had to at least let the government run for a little while. And they had the understanding that in 21 days, if no deal is done, it's off to the races. Okay, by off to the races, Trump means one of two paths. Now, this is the incorrect statement. Trump means one of two paths, according to CNN. One, there's going to be another government shutdown. Or two, he declares a national emergency at the border. Well, I'm sorry to say, but it's not. There's a third possibility that it's both of these paths. Not one of those two paths, but both of those paths, government shutdown and declaring national emergency at the border is what's going to happen. So they use the syntax, Trump means one of two paths. It could be both paths. And I argue that this could be a Russian plan to shut our country down. There's more than enough ancillary evidence to suggest that Mueller is trying to cover up a Concord management consulting statement that issued forth when they got the laundry list of things that Mueller had in his position. They announced, and this was immediate, that they had in Mueller's possession a sex selfie. Mueller won't even talk about it, but he has published a whole statement about the Russians involved in changing the dialogue about management, the Concord Management Company, and hacking into their emails. And the Russians are now creating fake news. So Mueller's thrown it out now that the Russians are creating fake news. So he seems to be using Trump's excuse, which is very strange. I think there could be something going on. Hi, Sarah. Come on in. I made a mac and cheese with mussels, so it should be good. You had mussels.
Crab mac and cheese today.
Oh, you did? Really? Wow. Crab mac and cheese. It's popular now. All right, cool. Sarah's going to give me a little break. I've got everything open. You got the whole thing ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and serve up some food for myself, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Oh, is that the case, Ben Franken Taylor? I believe you're right. Exactly, Life. I agree. Or that was before the time before gravity took its toll. Dig a deep trench and use that dirt to build a wall. We could do that. We could bring in desalination and then build the wall out of salt. Will I do the voice for the voiceover for the new AI teachers? Maybe, you never know. That could be. It is way better to have a natural sounding voice than to have like the robotic voice. What do you mean hit the wall by 30? So many women hit the wall by 30. They just become older. I don't understand that hit the wall phrase, maybe. Not on everyone, Wild Bob. Engineer, huh? That's interesting. 267. Chat unavailable. That doesn't make sense. It's never been unbearable. David is amazing. I like Canada. Including Saskatchewan. Have you seen that? There's a show on Amazon called Corner Gas, which is based up in Canada somewhere. And one of my other favorite shows was based out of Canada, Flashpoint, or Flash. I think it was Flashpoint. Corner Gas, and yeah, well, if you have an Amazon account, you can check it out. Pretty cool. Yeah, I probably will eat some mussel mac and cheese in a little bit. Yeah, you like Corner Gas. Yeah, my dad likes it too. It's okay. No, I do not have any kids. I teach kids, though. You don't think I'm as lovely looking as I was when I was in my peak? Do you think I've hit the wall, Howie? No, I don't think I'll ever have children of my own. Thanks, Ben. No, this is my natural hair color. Does that make a difference? Yeah, my mom was a redhead, so I have quite a bit of red. The Great Freeze of 2019. It burst a water tower. They have frost quakes. Well, it'll be 65 degrees in DC next week. No, Ben, what are you talking about? Here's a oh, that's not it. Here's a frost map. Pretty cold. So minus 50 up in these yellow portions is very, very cold. No. I guess I'll have to look that up. No, David doesn't have any children. I don't think my eyes are like that. No. I just looked up the slow loris. No, I disagree with you. Big eyes? I don't think so. Where is the nice people map? I think there's nice people spread throughout the country. Are you one of the nice people? Would you make it onto the nice people map since you want to live around the nice people? Thank you, Jacket Pockets. Yes, if I die of old age, my skull will still have hair. Then they can shave it all off and donate it to Locks of Love or something like that. You mind your business? That's good. Scary things Alexa and Siri say are a cause for concern, according to YouTube. Oh, a lot of drug use where you live, or a lot of drug use in this chat room? where you live. I'm sorry. That happens.
Get this heater.
Maybe you could move away. Drug use is no fun.
Yeah, there are a lot of crackheads where Howie lives, unfortunately. I hope you don't become one, Howie.
Just say no, Howie.
Yeah. We're worried about you, Howie.
Most places, I would say, aren't a lot of people doing drugs. Maybe in a big city, but maybe you need to be... I'll tell you where you can move. Somewhere rural. Canada, you wanted to move to some place where everybody's nicer and or minds their own business. Canada. That's what everyone I've met from Canada is like that. Or maybe North Carolina. Yes, I actually did have shorter than shoulder length hair, and then I grew shoulder length hair. And then I think I cut my hair to shoulder length last summer, something like that. Last spring break. Yes, this is my jacket with the 2 zippers. Cocaine, big rocks, and here's my second zipper. There you go. No, I have not straightened my hair. So the chances of Trump declaring a national emergency at the border just went way up, according to Chris Cizilla from CNN. So some want to call it a wall, some want to call it Normandy fencing. And oh, that's good, Howie. Trump insisted the money be allocated for a wall. Pelosi made it clear he wasn't getting anything to build a wall. All a fight over terminology. I'm glad the polar vortex's end is near, and forecasters are saying it's promising a strong warm up. Nice. But before it moves out completely, it's moving to the east. I'm pretty sure we're still encoding. Not necessarily. The polar vortex, meaning the global warming, is not true. That's not true, because I mean the polar vortex normally is around the North Pole, and they say it's shifting. It was shifting, but it could have to do with like the pole shifting a little bit. But it's colder places could get cold, and global warming isn't a scheme or a scam, in my opinion. Of course, you're going to say, well, that's your opinion, Sarah. Good. Wow. Oh my goodness. The Border Patrol, speaking of walls and Border Patrol that Trump's asking for. I don't know if this was in a, where it was seized, but U.S. Customs announced the largest fentanyl seizure in its history. They say the fentanyl that they seized could have killed 57 million people. I'm sure there are 195. You want to give us links to all the beautiful backgrounds you want? Hello, Laura. Welcome. 267 thinks global warming is a scam for taxes. Yeah, I agree that it shouldn't be a reason to add more taxes. But I do agree, too, that we have to clean up the planet. Some scientists think we need more carbon dioxide emissions. Why? I'm glad you like my eyes. Or 57 million. In Nogales. It was the Nogales port of entry. $114 kilograms of fentanyl. Another kilogram of fentanyl pills. And 179 kilograms of methamphetamine and a tractor trailer. Wow. It was concealed within the trailer floor. Oh, the suspect was a participant in the Fast and Secure Trade program. Of course, his Fast card was processed for revocation. They should revoke it for sure. Man. Midwest might be thawing out, but the polar vortex death toll is rising.
Well, for starters, I want to give...
3 people died in New York this week. So there's been 13 people that died due to the polar vortex. Yes, I am on. So Juan Guaido claims the police raided his home. And he's an opposition leader, and he's laying out a vision for Venezuela. And they talk about indoctrination like it's a good thing. It's like, teach kids to question indoctrination. In Syria, 29 children and babies have reportedly died while their families are seeking safety in Syria's winter, during Syria's winter time. Oh. Oh, the Vaughn chat you can't log into, Deke. Have you just tried this in like a separate window? If it works, mon.live/popout/chat/third party. I haven't heard of Ira. On Facebook. Maybe they should just have AI robots at restaurants. 808. Hey, Keith. Welcome, Mad Dog's brother, Keith. No, the truth is there's no polar vortex where I'm at. Awesome. Good. Hope Keith is enjoying, he's visiting with you. That's good. It's good to be close to your brothers. Oh, he looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, when you go into fast food joints, a lot of times you have to do the cleaning yourself. Kind of crazy, but kind of true. I was thinking, the other day I was thinking I might go have, I was like, where, if I go out to lunch, would I go out to any restaurant or just bring my own lunch? I was going through all the lists of names of restaurants, and most of them are like fast food. that are around here in my town, and I'm like, no, 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 no. Even the other ones like sandwiches, no. Yeah, you can hear David's take on the recent measles outbreak. I think people should get vaccinated for measles. I don't necessarily think you need to be vaccinated for the flu because it's changing all the time. Yeah, but so I made myself a salad and I took that with me instead of going out. Thanks, Drowsy. Oh, right.
Yeah, I made you some of this dish. It's organic macaroni and cheese. I got at Safeway.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mixed white cheddar and regular cheddar and some mussels that we had in the freezer. Should be good.
Okay, I'll go have some.
Yeah. Put a little chicken in there too to add to your protein.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Get some rest. Sarah's so kind to come in here after working a whole day. I mean, she's just, a phenomenal person to be able to give me the support I need to make some dinner. And I'm going to talk about the liquid smoke thing here. Yeah. Okay, is liquid smoke safe? This is from nutritionfacts.org. We know smoke inhalation isn't good for us, but what about smoke ingestion? They tested smoke flavorings to see if they cause DNA mutations in bacteria. The test came up negative. Wow. So bacteria will not mutate. But the fact that something is not mutagenic in bacteria may have a little predictive value for its effect on human cells. A group of MIT officials tested a hickory smoke flavoring that they bought at the store against 2 types of human white blood cells. Unlike the bacteria, the mutation rate shot up as more and more liquid smoke was added. Okay. Yeah, damaging DNA is just one of the many ways chemicals can be toxic to cells. So I don't trust liquid smoke. I don't use it myself on food. I'm hesitant to use any products that have liquid smoke in it, like teriyaki sauce and other things. I found the O brand at Safeway makes hot sauce, and I bought a very affordable bottle of hot sauce at Safeway the other day. Kind of cool. Safeway's O brand. So I'm not here promoting Safeway. I just, thought since it's a store that you could, go to, it's pretty nice. And they have this whole line of organics that I originally introduced the buyer at Safeway in Los Angeles, their big main office, to get organic food. He was thrilled that I sent him all this information. I sent him like 45 pages of literature. I sent everybody across the country information. I sent them all packets on organic food back in the 80s, and it definitely helped companies kind of adapt to the model of organic, basically no pesticides and no herbicides used in the production, and they have to certify to do that. So you're avoiding chemicals like toxins, like the liquid smoke that we're talking about, when you make decisions to get organic, wherever you get it. No, I can't do a cross-country campaign trip because of the simple fact that I'm constantly under threat of kill. The death threats are everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to travel around in a Brinks truck. It'd be difficult, and there'd be like a small window people could look at me through the Brinks truck, and I'd be saying, "Hi, I'm Dave. I'm in the Brinks truck." They have a thing called the internet where I can reach you in your home without me having to travel to your home and holding your hand. We're using it right now. Avocados are great, yeah. Smoking food can be better. Yes, there's a theory that you can marinate and smoke food and it'll be better for you. The oysters have liquid smoke. Yeah, I know, but not the ones that I used. Thank you, though. I put mayo on things. Yeah, I get organic mayo. Like I said, I've been buying organic since the 80s. I freaked a girlfriend out back in the 80s, just a woman I dated. And she was so kind of freaked out by the fact that I said, I'm going to make you an organic meal. So I made her an incredible organic meal. It was great. It was like a pasta dish with organic, even the meat was organic. And I got this weird statement from her. She said, I didn't know her long, like it was like our first date, I think. And she said, you think you're so special. You eat organic and you look down upon everybody else. It's like, no, I'm trying to help show you a great meal. I mean, it was more like me. I was trying to help you enjoy a great meal, not look down on you and say that everything else you eat is shit. But, you know, nope, Trump isn't holding my hand, no. He likes my ideas, though. That's a good sign. That is actually a good sign for our country, because if he could put me in the VP position, I think we'd be a good team. You know, I'm really not here to nail him to the cross of the Russian connection. I'm the guy who's been leading on the issue, but if Mueller can't get his act together, and maybe the powers that be think it's in our best interest to let Trump serve out his whole term, I'm okay with, you know, moving into this position and just saying, hey, yeah, let's move on. Let's keep making the ideas that I came up with. He liked those ideas so much he used them. Let's make those ideas come to fruition. Let's not hem and haw, because I've got creative input that could really get him money without going to Emergency Powers Acts. In fact, if he were to go to the Emergency Powers Act, it would come up flat. Most Republicans don't even like the fact that he's holding off the budget. So Donald Trump is losing his Republican base day by day. And if it comes down to it, they may just turn on him like rabid dogs. Not that I'm calling them all rabid dogs, but Rand Paul supports the idea of getting out of Syria and Afghanistan. I like that. I like that about Rand Paul. He spoke up to Mitch McConnell and others that said that we should never, we're leaving too preemptively or prematurely. I don't have the Dookie gravy story. Yeah, sorry. There is a story about when I went to a nursing home a few years ago. I was visiting somebody and they were eating food, and the lady I was visiting said, "You should smell that gravy. I can't eat it." And I said, "Oh, the gravy. Wow, okay." So I actually held the bowl up to my nose and smelled it, and it smelled like feces. It was supposed to be turkey gravy, and it smelled like feces. So I did some research, and I found out that this is exactly what nursing homes do. They contaminate their gravy supply with feces. Yeah, I went to the director of the nursing home and told him about it. He refused. He denied it and yelled at me. He got angry. So I'm just telling you, this needs to be taken to a higher level. And he got angry. But what they do is it causes kidney disease, and then they can drain the Medicaid funds from the patient for much longer and then kill them. Much more money in dialysis than any other thing at the nursing home. Oh, bring the dialysis machine down to Mr. Smith. He got the gravy last night. Yeah. His kidneys are failing. I don't know. I checked the position of the, this is the weird part about it. I went to the kitchen. I checked out the kitchen. It's right next to the medical waste section. The medical waste door is adjacent to the kitchen door. Maybe somebody got, a little tired of dropping the, medical waste, and it just dropped it in the gravy bin. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Well, we convert old people into something, Victory. I don't know what they're being converted to, but it's sick. Soylent Green is people. Yeah, you got the video there promoting the swatting. I don't like to do that. That's not my thing, but thanks anyway. What happened to me was an egregious act which will be used as a template for what not to do in law enforcement when I become president. I'll rethink the entire swatting attack thing that the police are doing. They're using equipment they're not even trained more than a couple days to handle, too. It's the most ridiculous thing. Our local law enforcement has been getting MRAPs and HRAPs from the police state. Obama issued a huge amount of these things to everybody around the country. I don't know if you recall, but Trump is doing the same thing. He's trying to arm up our communities to be a policeman against the people of America. Thank you. And this buildup of troop strength at local levels is a violation of the posse comitatus laws of the past. Here's just one example. All the technology that was moved into regional areas is represented in this map here from 2006 to 2010, 2008, I believe. Barack Obama immediately started moving all these National Guard vehicles into local areas, especially Atlanta, especially Texas. Look at the number in Texas is disproportionate to the rest of the country. You know why? Because Texas has nearly half the number of registered guns in the country. They're in Texas. So, very suspicious. So the government's actually arming up against Texans. With this graph, you can see all this huge buildup. So this is a violation of posse comitatus, and I will reinstate posse comitatus as a president in order to stop a global New World Order takeover. I shave using a Remington razor from 1983, electric. The NiCad battery in it works just fine. It's amazing to me. It's 26 years old. How a battery can work just like it did brand new. And I've been using it regularly for 23 years. My father handed it down to me. He used it for about 7 years, and then I got it. So, it's amazing. NiCads have been dumbed down to actually be less effective than they were. They've been making batteries to break down. This is called built-in obsolescence, and it's been done as a rule in our government. It hasn't done anything to stop this. They purposely make batteries disposable, and not even the rechargeable ones work as well as they used to, which is a clear example of how we're not using, reusing, and sustaining with various products. Maria Cantwell is one of our female senators here in Washington, a liberal. They call her, in D.C., they call her Maria Can't Smile, because she doesn't really smile a lot. And she doesn't seem to be helping the people of this area by encouraging our local area to have more weapons of mass destruction flying over our heads. I'm against Maria Cantwell and Patty Murray because they haven't protected the people of Washington. And I have an ongoing animosity toward the Washington government, which is largely held by libtards who are wasting money left and right. These libtards have virtually, turned our state upside down, $80 billion in debt now. Kind of like California, which is $460 billion in debt. Howard Schultz is not a centrist. He's extreme left, supportive of LGBTQ. Centrism does not support LGBTQ. We won't discriminate against transgenders like Trump wants to do, but we won't in any way give them special privileges in bathrooms, etc. Unisexual bathrooms are the future bathrooms of America. Face it, it's not going to be just for trannies. So the goal is to, drift away from Howard Schultz. He's completely, he's got AIPAC up his ass too. That's probably why they're running him as an independent. The American Political Action Committee, American Israeli, it actually doesn't stand for, it's called the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee. And for years, we thought it was the American Israeli Political Action Committee, but they're actually not registered as a political action committee. So no one in government really should be getting any money from these people because they are not technically a committee. In fact, anyone who's received AIPAC money over the past 30, 40 years has been in violation of federal election law. Because they're not a political action committee, they're a public affairs committee. And they're not even registered in the United States. And they have a huge control over our government. Huge. Clinton had huge support from them, Obama had huge support from them, Trump has huge support from them. So this group is pushing a Zionist message, which is not even legally able to do this. So they're illegally giving people money to get U.S. presidents and senators in office. Very strange, isn't it? Yeah. I bet you didn't know that they were Public Affairs Commission. Yeah. American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee. So that's pretty bizarre. They're not even registered. They have to be registered. Now, exactly what Kamala Harris is talking about is a total socialist takeover of our existing healthcare system, where we tell our private healthcare insurance companies they can't operate in the U.S. It's un-American what she's proposing. It's beyond un-American. In fact, it'll cost all of you people who are working and paying your taxes. You'll lose a lot of tax dollars. They're going to milk you huge to pay for everybody else. They already have a plan to tax working people 7.5% and their employers 7.5%. We'll all pay for anything that comes out of her mouth. It's way worse than Obamacare, what they're saying. Medicare for all. We already have it. Medicaid. We already have it. Medicare for all is impossible with the number of dollars that Medicare costs, elderly care. We have Medicaid funds that have merged with Medicare. It already exists. What she's trying to do is amp out the cost. I support a public option where we have the technology in our country to get telemedicine vehicles to people that really need help, and get those people the help they need. Preventative health care, diet plans. We'll give you a blood checkup. The concept is very simple. We bring the mobile medical unit as close as we can to you 1 day out of the week. It rotates to your area where you actually can get immediate service. And if you don't get immediate service, you'll wait for it to get to you. But it'll be within a 5-mile radius of everybody in America. That's the goal. We'll have 10 of them in every major city. A city that's 50 miles in diameter will have at least 10 of them. And they'll be rotating around circles that are, close to areas that are populated. So, what can you get there? You can get a blood test. We'll be able to give you immediate access to a doctor if necessary. When you come in and sit down in the seating that we could have in front of this, you'll see actually, I'm thinking a tent would be nice right outside here across the front, like a regular tent that we could set up every day we get to a location. Yeah, and then you could have a seat, take a number kind of thing. But when you take a number, we will have an oxygenation meter for people to put their finger in. And we will upgrade you to emergency status if you have low oxygenation. It's one of the easiest devices out there, and it's very affordable. They're like $15 online. We'll know your oxidation, which is the #1 sign that you're having heart problems and are in distress. So we'll be able to triage people right away and push you ahead of every other number if you're really, really sick. This is an idea that's never been done before. The concept is not only completely modern in every way, but we will have this unit available with a Pillomatic in the back to service you. So with an automated system that's locked up, people can't break in. It won't have opioids in it. It will have general aspirin, possibly things that could give you some relief. And marijuana, legal marijuana, we'll be able to sell you when I legalize it. So this is technology whose time has come. We need it heavily mass-produced and sent to every single city in America. The purpose of this is to lower the cost of healthcare. Because if we don't lower the cost of healthcare, the Democrats, Republicans are going to drain every last dollar out of every one of your pockets. And you'll be like the Jews being carted off to Dachau. Someone who's very popular in the U.S. told you to say hello. Hello. Well, great. I'm glad somebody's popular in the U.S. I muted Mad Dog because he was mouthing off. Yeah. He was saying it was not a very advanced technologically system that I was talking about. He was absolutely, completely off his... I don't even know why I should repeat what I'm saying. Anyway, we have to talk about other things right now, like chemtrails in the sky. Chemis in the sky, do-do-do-do-do-do, chemis in the sky. Yeah, really, the technology that we have right now can be used in many different ways. We aren't absolutely moving in the direction of renewable energy. We should be. And we should also be filtering the air that we breathe. We're not doing that. So a lot of ideas are forthcoming regarding air filtration, water filtration. This will be a big part of our future. Whereas right now the Democrats are static, the Republicans they don't even believe there's climate change. Clearly there is. But it's mostly coming from weather patterns that are created by chemtrails. So when I talk about survivable systems, we're going to stop the chemtrails first and foremost. With this third-party movement, our goal is to stop these things. It's one of our main goals. We also have the ocean pipeline, which Scissorfight worked up a beautiful plan to actually grow things inside. Even marijuana we can grow inside of these desalination units. But the ocean pipeline is another new technology that has yet to see the light of day. Trump acted like he created the idea, and he mentioned it during the campaign to get noticed. He called it an ocean dome, but we've had this idea since 2005. And the ocean pipeline project has been in full swing. The idea is to get water inside in the center, and then it evaporates onto the inside of the dome, and then that water then becomes fresh. You see, water when it evaporates is pure water, and it lands, pure droplets land there. So when they drop down there, that will have fresh water in these reservoirs. And this will make 3 gallons a day minimum, up to 10 gallons. So we'll be able to grow things inside of these units as well. Brilliant ideas fused together, bringing ideas, bringing people together. That's what this is all about. This is a program to get our country jump-started where the greedy people like Trump and I guess Schultz, you could add him to the list. People that just like to make money are a thing of the past. We need to move forward to a new beginning for America where we talk about ingenuity, innovation that'll help everybody. So that's kind of where we're going here. That's kind of what America's Third Party is all about, in case you're wondering. A lot of people are upset about the chemtrails. We're very, very concerned about what people are spraying in the sky. So I think that's an ongoing theme we'll talk about in our show. Dave, go Dave. Go Dave, go. Okay. No, I am not Brienne of Tarth. I refuse to put that face over my face. Sorry. Not going to happen. That's a woman. Yeah. I'm not casting on Super Bowl Sunday. I'm going to the Super Bowl. I can't cast and go to the Super Bowl at the same time. I already have my ticket to ride. We're going to an actual LED screen playing the Super Bowl. Yeah. Sarah said she wants to see Super Bowl. I have to find a screen that'll play it. I'm sure there's plenty of places around here with big screens. Super Blow. Are you going to the Super Blow? No, it's the Super Bowl. It's not Super Blow. No, I'm not going to the Super Bowl. The tickets are exorbitant. But I have a ticket to ride to my local LED TV. Yeah. Okay, Super Bowl ticket prices right now are $2,500 to $3,000 a piece. You can score one right now per person. Well, let's be clear. It's expensive. Yeah, and I really don't want to go there. The drive alone would cost me flights, but the average ticket is charging about $4,300. Averaging $4,300, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was back when Seahawks and Patriots were about $4,300. Now they're down to $2,500. So the economy is flexing. Apparently, it's cheaper now to get your Super Bowl ticket. All right, great, good for you. Thanks for coming in. We've got a live leak here of yeah, I can't play it. It was a young woman smoking a bowl of marijuana in front of her her mother. Yeah, I can't play that link. Sorry. Yeah, some kids are encouraging drug use. I don't in any way encourage that. So I see Sarah went through the news. Juan Guaido claims police raided his home as he struggles to consolidate power in a country where he has none. So Juan Guaido, many people believe that this is the CIA's choice for the new Venezuelan president as we install leaders across the globe. The opposition leader Juan Guaido lays out vision for Venezuela. Wonderful. Problem is Maduro hasn't stepped down, so what are we doing? Is this like Iraq 101? This is Vietnam 102. Or is this Afghanistan 103? I'm sorry, which classroom are you in today? We all know the Rams are not going to win. I think they could win. Are the Rams better this year? I haven't been tracking football. Are their stats better than the Patriots right now? But those Patriots have that secret weapon, the uninflated football, where it's like you can really grab it and toss that uninflated football. Oh, your son was in Vietnam. I'm so sorry. Well, that was a sad, tragic war. It was really tragic, Shadow. Max, what are you saying? Who sent $485 million in gold to Russia? Yeah, exactly who sent that, Max? No, I wasn't old enough to serve in Vietnam. If I was 2 years older, I would have probably been in the lottery. Oh, Maduro sent, really? He sent gold to Russia, really? Well, if that's his goal, is to side with Russia, there's nothing we can do about it. It would only create a war. If Donald Trump started a war in Venezuela against Russia, just to divert our attention so that he could build a wall, that would be a horrible decision. The worst thing you could do. You know, I didn't want to enlist because we weren't at war when I was growing up. I didn't consider Grenada a war that we needed to fight. And technically, Grenada is the last war we won. That's funny, isn't it? No, David, it's not funny. Records show Trump Jr.'s calls ahead of Trump Tower meeting weren't with his father. Who cares? He changed his testimony. Donald Trump Jr. changed his testimony. That says more than anything about who he called. He's going to be indicted for witness tampering. His father could be charged with witness tampering, telling his son to flip his testimony. That is witness tampering. I'm sorry, but I don't know how you cut it. And Sarah Huckabee Sanders said that Donald Trump did weigh in on it. You can't weigh in on somebody's testimony, even if you're his father. It's illegal. And it's a gross violation of law, U.S. law. I guess none of you really care about that, though, so we'll kind of pass up. Any new technology links have come in. Don't have anything interesting other than the possibility that Russia may be stealing magnetic north. Yeah, this is a big story that came out this week. Russia, according to a big investigation in Canada, Russia seems to be taking the magnetic north and sending it in a different direction. Over a 50-year cycle, this change has been accelerating recently. A damning new report published by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has claimed that Russia has been slowly stealing magnetic north. Right. For the past 20 years. The 467 report stated that Vladimir Putin secretly conspired with dozens of Russian billionaires to shift Earth's north magnetic pole back as early as 1999. Folks, we're dealing with an international problem with Russia trying to, meddle in public affairs like our election, like Brexit in England. We know for a fact that they meddled in both of these areas, and now they're adjusting the magnetic north of the Earth we are sitting on. Tell me this isn't an overt and aggressive act against humankind. Take a look at the link and get back to me in a couple years. By then, the compass will be moving a little bit more in one direction. All right. At 9 o'clock, my screen does a conversion, and right now I'm getting a little bit too much blue light from the desktop, so my retina needs protection. These are the highest state-of-the-art technology. For $10 on Amazon, you can get these UVEX glasses. You don't look like a really cool guy, but they really help you with your vision. Apparently, looking at tablets, thank you. Looking at tablets will actually cause you to have macular degeneration in about 30 or 40 years, just so you know. So if your kid's staring there, Mom, Dad, I'm playing really, no. Tell him to get something like this to play the game. It'll protect his eyes. I'm not kidding. All this technology that we have today that we take for granted is actually sending out dangerous things to our physical being. RF frequencies from the 4G network, and now the 5G is even worse. You've got cell phones. I highly recommend you don't use your cell phone next to your head. Even a cordless phone like this, I don't recommend using it next to your head when it's active. Because what it does, even sending signals through the air, goes right into your brain. And studies have been performed in India in 2011 that Wi-Fi signals and cell phone signals do alter DNA. Even the director of the World Health Organization has said that cell phones contribute to brain cancer. So I highly urge all of you to hold that phone out here, hit speakerphone, and even tell your kids to go in the closet and talk to their friends. Seriously. It's safer for them to hold the phone at arm's length. The fact is, Chris, 5G is going to be so dangerous, people are going to be dying. I'm going to show you a picture of a bird here that is a whole bag full of birds. They're all dead. Hundreds of birds dead during a 5G cell phone tower experiment in The Hague, Netherlands. I know. It's scary, isn't it? About a week ago at The Hague, many birds died spontaneously, falling dead in a park. You likely haven't heard a lot about this because it seems quiet. It's being kept quiet was the plan all along. However, when about 150 more suddenly died, bringing the death toll to 297, some started to take notice. And if you're looking around that park, you might have seen what is on the corner of the roof across the street from where they died, a new 5G mast, where they had done a test in connection with the Dutch railway station to see how large the range was and whether no harmful equipment would occur around the station. Harm happened indeed. Immediately afterward, birds fell dead from the trees, and the nearby ducks that were swimming seemed to react very oddly as well. They were simultaneously putting their heads under water to escape the radiation while others flew away, landing on the street or in the canal. Again, almost at the same exact time those animals died near the station, Holland Spoor was testing their 5G transmitter mast. This is unbelievable.
De spreeuwen komen normaal gesproken uit deze kastanjebomen om te overnachten. Maar nu halen veel vogels de morgen niet. Ze vallen dood van de takken. Elke dag rapen medewerkers van de dierenambulance tientallen.
Yeah, he's picking up the birds. He's picking up the birds in the grass. They all died. Yeah. So this is what the 5G network is going to pose for humankind. What is happening to birds, I mean, they put canaries in coal mines to see if they're safe. What's happening to birds could happen to all of us. Da 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 da. It's getting, you know, the worst possible things are becoming more and more real as time goes on. You notice that? Yeah, he's unmuted now because my mobile medical units are state of the art. And to make statements like that is just out of the question. We can't allow that. My goodness. He left. Thank goodness. All he could do is condemn what I'm doing. He's so jealous. It's ridiculous. Yes, Russia was involved in Brexit. They proved it. Yeah. You didn't know? Oh man, let me bring you the article. See if I have it in my storage unit. Hold on. I may have cleared my history file from way back when it was happening. I don't believe all conspiracy theories. I don't believe flat earth crap or hollow hoax crap. That's just ridiculous. Yep. I don't believe a lot of conspiracy theories. I don't believe in aliens. I have yet to see an alien I could possibly believe. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do it. Brexit in turmoil. Yes. I will go on the internet to determine if I can find it rather quickly. Hold on, please. Russian interference in the 2016 referendum Brexit. Yes. This will give you a background on it. It's the wiki. There you go. This will give you a little bit of the background. The Russians made contact with one key player in the Brexit and bribed him veritably. Here's the Guardian has a story. Russia's bid to influence the Brexit vote detailed in a new U.S. Senate report. So even the U.S. Senate is looking at how Russia was involved. Yeah, it's important to know that all this fact-finding is very in-depth. And our government hasn't been sitting on their butt eating bonbons for the past 5 months. One person had to tell Ocasio-Cortez that. Yep, we have to realize that our country has been gathering information about this terrible breach of our national security, and it does stretch to Brexit. We shouldn't underestimate the power of the Russians in meddling. Remember, their economy is no bigger than the size of, actually it's smaller than Texas's economy. It's about the size of Italy's economy. They're nothing compared to our economy. So Russia has a primary interest to intimidate countries and infiltrate them. Intimidate and infiltrate. These are the key words to use when referring to Russia. We've been both intimidated and infiltrated. And Trump continues to do nothing to raise objection politically to what Putin has been doing. Pretty sad, actually. And now blatantly meeting with Putin secretly, despite our recent concerns about how he suppressed note-taking during the first 4 or 5 meetings he had with Putin. So this is crazy, really. We're dealing with a lot of problems. Hey, here's a guy who got just freaked out about chemtrails one day. Let's play more of his video.
And that's hard, solid matter. This is gas. How's it forming in a straight line, a cloud? It's contrail. No, it's not. Child, you have a childlike mind. Scientist, global warmer, Greenpeace activist, worried about carbon emissions. Oh yeah, since when? Since when has it spiked? Oh, it's been going up. Okay, do you have the first recording of the Earth's carbon content in the atmosphere? No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You've been brainwashed.
You've been brainwashed. I'm working on his voice. I want to relive that entire monologue out in the middle of a freeway. I want to kind of be him. You've been brainwashed. I think that's great. I mean, it's one of the best things I've ever seen. That guy is so funny. And serious, too. I mean, he really lays it on the line, man. Hey, you did the right thing. No, if you don't stop and smell the roses and realize they're dying of Roundup and tell the people around you, then you're of no value, are you? You're just sitting there sucking in all the chemicals. You're like a sponge. Americans have become like sponges. We're just breathing the chemicals in. We have no idea what the hell they're putting in the air. You know, I do support you trannies. I do. But I don't support the LGBTQ community. Yeah. I don't want any of you trannies to be discriminated against. I really don't. And I think that your choice in life is your choice. I believe in free will. And if you have the will to be a different person and dress up differently because it makes you happier, I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not like Russia. Vladimir Putin would put you in jail for being a transsexual. Or possibly a Jehovah's Witness. It'd be the worst combination is to be a Jehovah's Witness transsexual living in Russia. You could go to jail for numerous terms of violations left and right. They don't allow gay people in Russia. They don't allow Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia. No, I cannot do your senor saying it. I don't know who you're talking about. He sounds more like the Frito Bandito, man. I am the Frito Bandito. I support the death penalty, yes. It's your choice to do that. You know, I think it's self-injurious for you to take your penis off. That's why I don't support LGBTQ. Here's the news scoop. You know, Paul McCartney has been talking about his time with John, you know, and Paul has been saying that John wore a mustache here. I want to find out what the reason was. John was always a prickly, difficult character, and a lot of the so-called rapier wit was really just old-style rudeness, really, because he'd had a really quite dysfunctional upbringing. Liverpool was a tough city to grow up in back then, and maybe still is. So he had a lot of defenses, and what seemed like an argumentative, distant relationship toward the end was still there. There was one incident at the height of Beatlemania in '65 when he actually drove right down through France to the south coast in disguise. He had false mustache and had his hair combed differently. In fact, he was turned away from the French club because he didn't look cool enough. Then he came back as a Beatle, and they couldn't do enough to usher him in and give him the best table. Well, thank you, Fall. That's great to know that John had to wear a mustache to get laid. That was Ringo. I was talking about Ringo. I wasn't talking about Paul. Oh yeah, I was doing Ringo. Did I say I was doing Paul? I said I was doing Ringo. Are you queer? Yeah, Q stands for queer. I'll help you with the letters here. It's lesbian, bi, gay, transgender. Queer. I don't support it. And I think most centrists would agree with me. Why bother catering to a subculture of deviants? I don't get that. What message are we telling our children? Oh yeah, grow up to be constantly ridiculed as a child. Be yourself, but live in a world of feeling completely insecure and hate yourself because of it. We're not going to change. The whole world isn't going to automatically say, oh, it's okay to have your genitals cut off. No problem. There are psychiatrists that consider that self-injurious behavior and would put you in a mental hospital if you were to walk around saying you wanted to chop your penis off. So let's not kid ourselves here. I'm not going to be like the Democrats. That's why I left the Democratic Party. Thank you. I should get a fake mustache. I'll be like John. Yeah, that'd be great. All right, we're done with all the dead bird stories from the 5G network. We covered that. Thank you. Trying to minimize my contact here with bats dying. Oh my goodness. Now, technology may be causing this too. Bats have been dying on a biblical scale due to record-breaking Australian heat wave. Massive deaths of bats along coal mines. The heat is just killing them. They're dropping like flies, and now their bodies are denitrifying. It could be a cholera outbreak. There's so many of them. Heat wave has seen temperatures remain at 39 centigrade even at midnight in Australia. 23,000 spectacled flying foxes died in just 2 days in the northern city of Cairns. Australia is having a terrible heat wave. Yeah. You might as well put those bats on the barbie. You don't drink much alcohol? That's good. I don't drink any. I'm thinking of drinking apple cider vinegar, though. Somebody's trying it to lose weight. Meta-Nemesis is trying apple cider vinegar. I'm thinking of getting into it. I've got a bottle of it somewhere. I'm going to open it up. It makes no sense. Why would they allow people to mutilate themselves? Thank you. No, my hands are right here. My hands are not being used to, as you say, masturbate. No. I am not like you. I don't need to service my penis every day. All right, well, I'm glad we've got a nice, candid conversation. I'm going to show you what the freezing temperatures the past 2 days have been like for this poor woman in the Midwest in Iowa. Watch this. This is her hair. As she got out of the wash, she went outside and flew it out there, and this is what her hair looks like. Isn't that hilarious? Hilarious? That's what 30 or 40 below will do to your hair. That's amazing. Well, at least she could have a good time, and she got about 40 million hits on that. 762,000 hits on that in 1 day. I'm sure her Twitter account grew immensely. Bless your heart. Thank you, Chris. Doctors can do no harm. Why are they doing sex change? Thank you, Chris. Chris just stated the obvious. Chris, you're awesome, man. You're a new guy here. Thanks for coming in. Chris22 just said doctors can do no harm. That's in their Hippocratic oath. Why are they doing sex change operations? Thank you. Chris, everybody. Stating the obvious. This is a true story. Guest 551 said at iVlog, my son's best friend's grandmother locked herself out of her house by accident, and she froze to death in a few minutes, Dave. I'm so sorry. I think there were like 12 deaths in the Midwest. There was a young man in Iowa that died. He was caught outside, and they don't know why, but you know, if you slip and fall, you hit your head unconscious for less than a few seconds, you can die. Very sad. I'm very sorry your friend's grandmother died. Yeah. Going outside in this weather, folks, even now it's at 0 degrees. They're finally getting some heat coming into the Midwest right now. It's going to be up to like 1 or 2 degrees above Celsius. It'll be like 30 degrees tomorrow, Fahrenheit. That'll be a warm day.
Essentially, transgender ideology.
I'm sorry. How to debunk transgender madness. Okay, I'll play that later. For all of you people who want to have transgender operations. Thanks. I guess. Maxed out credit. What are your thoughts on this story? Letter containing white powder sent to Empire set days before the Jussie Smollett attack. Wow.
Chicago police are releasing these new images of people they want to question regarding the alleged homophobic and racist attack against Empire actor and singer Jussie Smollett. Authorities are asking for the public's help in identifying the two individuals who police are calling potential persons of interest.
Yeah.
Police making these pictures public after combing through hundreds of hours of surveillance video and expanding their initial search area for video. They have not yet found images of an assault, but police say they have found video showing Smollett entering his building with what appears to be a rope around his neck. Trust me, babe, I understand. Smollett is best known for his role in the television series Empire, where he plays Jamal, a black singer who is gay.
Okay, well, you know, I don't in any way condone it. I don't admonish it either. So I'm not telling you to not be gay. And I feel bad that this young man may have attacked from a hate crime. That's wrong. Hate crimes are bad. Yeah, this man is a victim, whether he's gay or not. If he died from that rope, I'd like to investigate Chris Cornell's death. I'd like to know why the police. I'd like to know why the police completely blew it on Chris Cornell's death. Everything points to a murder. He had 9 broken ribs, a contusion in his eye, which represented 9 minutes of struggle. The coroner, the investigation of Chris Cornell should be reopened. There's no reason why they would call that a suicide. But in this case, yeah, if this guy was killed, these people are of interest. Absolutely. I don't care who you are. We should protect your rights.
During the midst of the next campaign or the one that follows, a political party has been hacked. Their database has been breached by a foreign entity or domestic.
So this is Canada trying to tighten the screws on anything that's fake news. Yeah, nobody deserves that. Well, I think that Chester Bennington was killed too, his friend, because I think both of them were about ready to expose a child pedophile ring in Washington, D.C. I think that Chester Bennington's relationship with John Podesta needs to be investigated. I don't think we could even ignore this reality that somebody whose father, allegedly biological father, was John Podesta. Allegedly. We can't possibly just stand here and say, oh, this is something we'll just sweep under the carpet because it's of no interest right now. He's dead. His story sounds fishy, yeah. The Smollett story sounds fishy too. But the story about Podesta, Chester Bennington, Chris Cornell, lots of things that just don't add up. These suicidings are indicative of a hit at a high level. Very rarely do people just string themselves up. And how come there are no crime photographs of all these suicidings like Anthony Bourdain, Kate Spade? It's very strange. And we got a picture of Podesta with his son right up next to it. Now, Chester Bennington said his father molested him at the age of 9, his biological father. Now, that's a serious allegation against John Podesta. But apparently Bennington's father was John Podesta, according to sources, and that connection needs to be evaluated because Chester Bennington's untimely death a month after Chris Cornell, it smells to high heaven of a murder, a series of murders to cover up something. And that's why I would look into that. We wouldn't have any stone unturned when I'm your president. I tell you, I will ride the FBI to do their job every single day. It'll be very important for them to be fair and unbiased. We found out recently that Strzok was purposely culling Hillary Clinton's emails that were the WikiLeaks emails. He culled them from 30,000 plus down to 3,500. And that is a political move that Strzok did when he was working for the FBI. We got to definitely watch this. We need to open up those emails on Clinton. We need to find out with a new search if any of them have the word Benghazi in them, because I think there was some calculated effort by the FBI to restrict information sharing regarding Hillary Clinton's involvement in the death of Christopher Stevens. That death is still an open case. So we still have a lot of work to do to expose this at a high level. We could talk about technology if you want, but I think we're all set with our tablets and our smartphones. You know, ironically, your smartphone is not so smart when you're holding it next to your head. It's actually pretty stupid for you to hold it next to your head. Like I said, the frequencies, the RF frequencies can alter your DNA. So they should call them stupid phones. All right, they thought you could direct the FBI to go after people. Trump did, yeah. Trump, all he had was the ability to hire a new director. And I wouldn't just hire some stoolie as director of FBI. They'd be vetted. We'd actually do lie detector tests on the director of the FBI before I'd get him in there. But you're right. There's certain limitations on what the FBI can do. But the Justice Department can request work from the FBI. So Donald Trump only needed a good attorney general over the past 2 years, and he didn't have one. He had an adversarial relationship with Jeff Sessions, which he wanted to have him work directly for him and have allegiance, but Jeff Sessions was smart to recuse himself on the Russian thing because Jeff Sessions committed perjury twice in front of a Senate subcommittee claiming he had never talked to a Russian. And he had already spoken publicly, according to Kislyak, with 2 Russians. So Kislyak, the Russian ambassador, already said that Jeff Sessions had met with him, which automatically made Jeff Sessions a liar. So he was smart to recuse himself. That was a good move. And he knows that perhaps anybody, even Mike Pence, would be implicated because he said hands off, no Russian involvement. And that is definitely indicative of him lying for Trump. So we're going to have a new political position in the middle of the political spectrum, and all of you can kind of formulate that in your minds. We can't all agree on everything, but the core things that we come to the table with are essentially, we don't want to take away your right to bear arms. That's where the Democrats have been manipulated by global elitists that want to disarm this country. We don't want to actually push for gun control ever. We also believe that you have the right to choose about your abortions. Unlike the Republicans who clearly want to push for pro-life and are willing to stack the Supreme Court to get their direction of pro-life pushed upon the American people. I'm not in favor of that. I want to keep pro-choice where it is. But I'm willing to cater to the right and say, yeah, if we limit abortions to a first trimester, we're better off. So this is how we formulate a centrist vision for the country. where we don't have to bicker left and right about the big issues, social issues. We can move forward with the key facts that we need jobs. We need to get people good opportunities and a low-cost education. We need to shut down the border. The 1,000-mile fence is essential. These are all part of the future country that supports its national boundaries and its national sovereignty over a new world order, which the Democrats and Republicans seem to be embracing. That's why this party is really important, that we have a third party. We can't even begin to think about doing this on the left or the right. It can't happen. Neither one will ever even admit that we are under the control of Zionist elitists. They both are under the control of a company or group that doesn't even register as a political action committee. I was shocked to find this out this past week. AIPAC does not stand for Political Action Committee. It stands for American Israeli Public Affairs Committee. It's not even registered as a PAC. AIPAC can't even give money legally to anybody. So everybody, including Obama and Clinton, have been getting money illegally from a non-registered organization. This is unheard of. Our country should never have allowed AIPAC to take so much control over our destiny. That's why we're heavily invested in the Middle East. We're protecting Israel. Israel can protect itself. They have more than enough weapons to defend their nation now. So we have to start thinking of a brand new pathway for America. We can't possibly be doing their bidding. It's not possible. In fact, we can't even broker peace in the Middle East if we constantly cater to Israel. We have to make a break, but not lose them as a strong ally. We have to make a break a little bit from their Zionist pull on our country. I don't hate people who are supportive of Israel. In fact, I think Israel is a strong ally. I'm not going to turn that away, but we can't cater to them either. I'm not challenging anybody. The fact that AIPAC has never registered as a political action committee is in violation of national law. They violated FEC law. They can't do that. If we don't stop this constant push for a new world order, all of you will be lined up like the Jews and sent to the FEMA camps like they were sent to concentration camps. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to tell you that's what's going to happen. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when under the two-party system. You're going to have to get intelligent, and the American people are going to have to start realizing that we are being played. And our country is going to not be able to get out of the situation we're in without a third party. There's no other way there's no other way out. There's no other way to find unity. We'll never unite. The left will never unite with the right, ever. They've already proven it. They can't even overturn a veto by Donald Trump on a bill involving our funding for our government. I'm sure I'll find a Super Bowl screen. Yeah, they have them at malls. You can walk around a mall and get to a Super Bowl screen. We'll have fun. We'll try to make a day of it. It's Sunday, right? Super Bowl Sunday. It's coming up this Sunday. I won't take money from AIPAC, no. But if they want to continue operating as they are, I can't stop them. If they haven't been in need of registering as a political action committee since the McCain-Feingold legislation passed, and they don't feel it's necessary, then by all means. I mean, I'm not going to be able to stop AIPAC, but I won't take money from them. I want you, the voter, to know that. Wow. So you have to take a picture of your aborted fetus? Proof it was performed in Canada? Really? Well, what about using the technology of ultrasound for people who are considering abortions? I mean, it can't be that expensive to have an ultrasound machine at every Planned Parenthood office. I like that Republican concept. There's no donation scam here. No, we haven't hardly gotten any donations at all. Everything we get goes into the quarterly reports to the FEC. We get very little money. People rarely donate to us. Cynthia McKinney's experience with AIPAC, ex-congresswoman. Let me see if I can pull that up. Right. I think we need a little music. We got that one moment where, you know, we have that awkward silent moment where the audio is dead. We'll take a pause.
Let's talk about
Wow. Okay, 2019. This is Cynthia McKinney speaking out about AIPAC.
Cynthia, there are many reports that talks about the influence of the Israeli lobby, AIPAC, on United States politics in general. Did you experience anything in that realm as far as what one would call the interference in American policy by AIPAC?
Well, it's interesting because when I first went to Congress, I did not go to Congress to pay particular attention to any area outside of the black community that I represented that was in need, and of course U.S. Africa policy, which was abhorrent and unfortunately still is. But what I ran into, I bumped into at almost every turn were these special interests. And there's no more special interest that has any more influence than the pro-Israel lobby. And so then when I did outreach, for example, to the Muslim community in the United States,
Chris, does Cynthia McKinney admit to being a racist? Is that what she is? Is she's a racist? Because she's just talking about AIPAC right now. Did you have her on record admitting she's a racist or being racist? Yeah, I don't know, Chris. Yeah. Chris says she's a racist. I'm not here to judge her. I just want to know if she's got information about AIPAC. I'll play that later tonight. Thank you. All right. A lot of people don't like white people. Is that what you're saying, Chris? Like Don Lemon? I don't think Don Lemon likes black people either. I think he's kind of in between. He's a mulatto, so he doesn't really know what he is. They keep trying to undermine people's morality. It's a form of terrorism. I agree, guest 551. They keep trying to undermine people's morality. It's a form of terrorism. I so agree with you. Guest 450 says, talk to my wife. She has my testicles in her purse. Wow. So you do whatever your wife tells you? You're a henpecked husband? Our chat over at iVlog is pretty funny. It's only the beginning. Your whole life is dedicated to her. She'll be clenching down on those testicles as time goes on. Well, our lost innocence is morality, in a way. The American way is being attacked, and Trump is willing to sell off to the Russian oligarchs. I will be officially running for POTUS when I officially file shortly. Yes. I've tested the water. I recognize the need for a third-party candidate. There's no way we can do this without it. If any other person steps into the third-party realm, they won't understand the complexity of the problem. Howard Schultz is a part of the problem. He doesn't even know the price of Cheerios. He has no idea that the need for a populist third-party president has never been greater. And he's not a populist. He's a rich billionaire. He has no idea what the average person is going through. I do. I bought eggs for $1.99 last week. Actually, I got a 99-cent dozen. My local store repacks them. And I got a 99-cent dozen of eggs. It was a pretty good deal. Not like Howie. He bought, what, 8 dozen or something? 118? 6 dozen? 8 dozen? 9 dozen? You're a double yoker, really? You're yoking around, aren't you? I paid normally for a cage-free, range-fed, non-GMO organic eggs. I get them on sale for $3.99 for an 18-pack at Costco. And I noticed that the organic, the better the quality, the easier they break in the pan. The egg yolk. So I'm making eggs. I'm seeing the organic, really good ones break open a lot easier than the 99-cent ones. 180 eggs for $10. And were they really old? Are they starting to smell rotten when you eat them? $3.29 a dozen. $5.99 for organic. Yeah, that's expensive. If you go to Costco, they've got a good deal on organic, non-GMO. Well, in a way, the Schultz model of business does dominate and utilize coffee growers to their max and gets the most money out of these people who buy coffee at Starbucks. I try to avoid it. I get the senior coffee cup, and they don't normally have it at regular coffee stores. It has to be a franchise coffee store that'll give you a senior cup. It's like $1.19 for a senior cup of drip coffee. Yeah, I don't really like catering to the coffee industry. It's just, it's terrible. The best coffee out there is sold at Trader Joe's, in my opinion. And they've got the best deals by far for a sustainable, healthy grown organic coffee. Very, very affordable. Yeah. And if you're down to 2-day-old coffee left in your carafe, then you know that if you're a true coffee drinker, you'll drink that and like it. The worst coffee I've ever had is Crescent City, California at McDonald's at 11 in the morning. No, it was 7 in the morning. Sorry. No, 11 in the morning. It had been sitting on the container for too long. It was like rot gut. I took off down the road, and Sarah and I were driving over Jedediah Smith State Park, the pass there, and we had the coffee. I was just, this is like the worst coffee I've ever had. You call McDonald's Runny Creek? It was just that it was sitting around all day. Normally coffee, they use Seattle Best here in Washington. Seattle Best is a really good brand. Normally coffee's great in Washington, but in California at that hour, it was just weird. I bet, yeah. You can scald yourself with that coffee too. Leaked declassified Al Gore memo of 2007. Note, I made a typo. It's global warning about the climate, not global climate warming. Climate global warming. Oh, really? Is that true? Here, a leaked classified document. He didn't really even use the word global warming. He was a typo. He said global warning about the climate. No kidding. So not only did Al Gore create the internet and put it in a locked box, but he actually created global warming as a term, accidentally. Fascinating. Okay. And I want to apologize to any of the Filipino people that do support Rodrigo Duterte. It disturbs me that you support him, but I understand your belief that he's straightening your country out. But killing 6,000 marijuana providers? Hey, Busy says, hey, Dave, my brother is gay, and boy, is he. Wow, and your laptop is on the fritz. Thanks, Busy. Duterte must have a cult of people that just want to kill people. They must be the neo-Catholic group that just wants to, torture and kill people. Duterte solicits young Catholic girls who would never kill anybody to execute drug dealers with a .22 to their head. the guy is like pure evil. And he openly says there is no God. I mean, in a country that's dominated by Catholics, how can you people put up with him? Well, yeah, Trump created global whamming. It's true. Trump tweeted last week that the global whamming is occurring. Would it be better if we had global whamming right now? It's like, wow, wham, ma'am, thank you, damn. Global whamming. So you Google global whamming and you'll come up with Trump's tweet. Let me see if I can do that. Yep. No, I spelled it whamming. There it is. No. Wow. He's completely covered up his mistake. No kidding. Let's see if I can find it under global whamming tweet. Don Lemon's reaction to Trump's global whamming tweet. Let's take a look. Speaking of Don Lemon, the white black guy.
A polar vortex, that's cold air recirculating again and again in one area. Change hasn't been. And like Bermudas and been like, still global warming, it's still too hot.
Not only, as you said, NOAA is saying the president is wrong, his own intel community is saying he's wrong. Here's what...
All right. They're having a good time making fun of Donald Trump's misuse of the English language, but I think it was pure genius. It's an example of a stable genius that he came up with whamming instead of warming. Very, very smart, very intelligent, super smart, super smart. Don Lemon should never have gotten a job. It was only through affirmative action that he got a job. He kind of reminds me of Elizabeth Warren in a way. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren's not even Native American, and she has the audacity to run for president, and she committed fraud and perjury. I mean, she's going to go to jail. I guarantee that woman's going to jail for what she did. I will make a point of my effort to get the Justice Department to impose penalty perjury charges against her affirmative action filings. I don't know, Don Lemon, I don't find that interesting. I don't like his racist statements about white people. Oh, she is. I'm going to make sure Elizabeth Warren's going to jail. You see, I was denied an education, yet I have Algonquin heritage. I could have easily said, oh yeah, I've got 0.5% of Algonquin. I've got more than that in my bloodstream. But this woman had less than 1%, less than half of what normal white people have in terms of their Native American ancestry, DNA. She has less than half of that. And she got a free ride to Harvard with worse grades than I had in high school. And then she got a professorial position, which she really felt was the, deserving of her because she was a minority. She never would have had a job at Harvard if she hadn't been a minority. So this woman not only should serve 5 years in prison for perjury, but she should also have a civil penalty of $500,000 to pay back to the U.S. government for the money she took to go to college, amortized forward. So this Native American right here was an Algonquin Indian. You can see the resemblance between him and myself when you paste our faces up together. My eyes are farther apart from my Scandinavian ancestry, but look at the nose. I mean, tell me that's not a perfect match. I mean, seriously. I've never seen anything like it before. I mean, I could have easily got an education for free like she did, based on that simple reality. Dershowitz is not right on the money, no. Dershowitz is going to be facing a serious series of investigations into his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm much more Native American than she is. I can tell you that I probably have closer to 3 to 5% Native American in my bloodstream, but I'm not going to prove that to anybody. My mother didn't have any hair on her body. That's right. My mother had no hair under her arms. It was just amazing. I have a recessive gene that dates back to the Algonquin Indians in my DNA pool. So if I had a child and they had a child, there's a likelihood that that child would not have any hair on their body. That female would not have hair in her body. Men have hair, but females in the Algonquin tribe did not have hair on their bodies. Yeah, isn't that interesting? She never had to shave her legs. Yeah. All right, I'm glad we got certain people in here talking about their reality check. No, she doesn't have the right to identify as an Indian and declare that she can get affirmative action money. She needed at least 20% Native American ancestry. She has less than 1%. No, Native Americans generally do not have hair under their arms. The women don't. Now, American women are not Native American women. I'm not here to talk about body hair. I mean, if you want to turn this show into like a pubic stylist moment, we could talk about various styles of your pubic hair. Would that be important for you? You might want to open a salon or something and offer pubic styling in your area. So the world is getting pretty weird. I wouldn't doubt that's coming. The federal government and Mueller has seized a huge amount of files that Roger Stone had acquired on the Hillary Clinton investigation, on the Russian involvement. So it's likely Mueller's going to spend a couple more years trying to assess his position. I don't see how Mueller could possibly put a report together until he reads through Roger Stone's files. So I think the idea that Mueller is about ready to wrap things up is absurd. This will take another 3 or 4 years to assimilate all this information. So by 2025, we should have information about the Russian investigation from Mueller based on his current rate of constipation. My mother told me that she didn't have any hair on her body, on her legs or under her arms. She said that. Yeah. And I never saw her shave. I might have seen her shave maybe once a year, like peach fuzz or something. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. So I'm not really here to talk about Native Americans, though. I'm not, a representative of the Native American people. I'm just a person with Native American ancestry. The FBI didn't find Obama's real birth certificate. If they did, they didn't want you to see it. Lucky for you, though, we have a copy of Barack Obama's birth certificate from Mombasa, Kenya. So that's accurate. Barack Obama was born in Mombasa, Kenya. He was not born in the U.S. The whole story from Honolulu was completely faked. Yeah, we have perfect proof that his mother completely faked his ancestry in order to get her son a citizenship in the U.S. In fact, it was widely known in the 60s. I even talked about it as a kid, that people were coming in, illegals were coming in through Hawaii, because Hawaii would give anybody a citizenship and a birth certificate.
In a heavily resourced and documented article at AmericanThinker.com titled Barack Hussein Sobarka by Jason Kistner, we find some amazing discoveries regarding the identity problem of Barack Hussein Obama. Jason Kistner is an associate professor of criminology at California State University, Fresno. Following is an edited synopsis of that article with an absolutely surprising find by the PP Simmons staff at the end of this video. One of the unexplained mysteries in the all but missing documentation of the early life of Barack Obama is the appearance of the name Sobarka as his last name on an official document filled out by his mother. We are in possession of Stanley Ann Dunham Sotoro's 1968 application to extend her 1965 passport for an additional 2 years. Her passport, by the way, is now reportedly destroyed. Diana Loretta Fuddy did. But remember that the name Sobarka appears in the passport renewal section labeled amend to include or exclude children. the name Barack Hussein Obama Sobarku is crossed out. This signifies that Obama's mother had apparently decided to exclude Barack from her passport renewal. Apparently, Stanley Ann Dunham Sotoro changed her mind about the exclusion. Perhaps this was done after having been informed by the consulate there that doing so would leave Barack without a passport. But there is another possibility, one just as valid and even simpler. What if Obama's mother was trying to include Obama in the renewal, but she wasn't able to produce a birth certificate? And the Sabood name Sobarka simply did not suffice legally. That could explain why the name Sobarka appears nowhere else in any of Obama's documentation of which we are currently aware. But now for the real shocker in this entire matter. The staff at P.P. Simmons did some research and found an old picture of the founder of the cult of Sabood, one Mohammed Sabu Sumohadi Wijojo. Do you see anything odd here? Think about it. Fuddy?
Mohammed Sabood Iwijojo?
Obama's mother, Dunham. Sabood. Hawaii.
He looks identical to him. Look at this. So Stanley Ann Dunham was having sex with a cult leader? Mohammed Sabu and they had, and you know something, what's really weird? Loretta Fuddy, the lady that was implanted as a director of health in Hawaii, short term, decides to release a document when Barack Obama was kind of forced to release a long-form birth certificate right around the time that Trump came into our room and around 2012 and copied our idea. I'm the birther candidate. I've always been the birther candidate from 2008 on. And this whole thing came to a head right at the same time that Trump used the birther issue to get noticed. And then he dropped it when he became president, like a lead balloon. No, it doesn't matter about the hairline. We're talking about father-son. It's exact same orbital facial features. I mean, this is phenomenal. We have found Barack Obama's real father, a cult leader, who then, this woman, Loretta Fuddy, she was a cult servant who came over to Hawaii, and she delivered the fake long-form birth certificate to the press. And then right after that, Loretta Fuddy died in a weird plane accident in Molokai, Hawaii. Yeah. Tiger Woods couldn't even buy safety and security for their cloud storage. He and Lindsey Vaughn both had nude photos taken from cloud photos, and it's terrible what happened to Tiger Woods. Can I change the subject now? Thank you. Yeah, Tiger Woods and Jeff Bezos, both completely, we're talking millionaires and billionaires, unable to control the cloud storage of their own sex pictures. Isn't that weird? It is. The guy is his father, yeah. It's amazing. Barack Obama Sr., that was just a fake story. He covered for Leslie Ann Dunham. When she traveled back to Hawaii, he was the Nigerian liaison. He had multiple wives. He was just covering as a fake father. She cheated numerous times with customs to get her son and daughter over here. It's just beyond belief what's happened. We've been lied to in the biggest way, committed fraud. Barack Obama wasn't even a U.S. citizen, and we were lied to about that. And then worst of all, Michelle Obama, she's not even a woman. She's a dude. Yeah. I mean, Barack Obama has pretty much admitted he's gay, except without saying those words. We have a problem here. We have a problem here. Look at Michelle Obama dancing. Look at this photograph of her dancing right here in an Ellen DeGeneres video. And tell me this is not a dangling penis you're going to be looking at here. Look at this. That's a penis and a testicle. I don't care what anyone says, but that's exactly the anatomical movement of a penis and a testicle. So how the heck have they been able to lie, cheat, and steal our nation's presidency, control their minds, use sex crimes against them, and get their New World Order policies pushed like NDA 2012. Now, NDA 2012 pulled all of our safeguards against posse comitatus. It allows the Smith-Mundt Act to be completely ignored. The Smith-Mundt Act was designed to prevent Nazi propaganda from being used in America. 2012 NDAA Act completely wiped that out so that they can now lie to us. And they can push agendas like gun control on us. And they can claim that people die left and right without showing any pictures of any decedents. They can push false flags on the American people. Let's drop the wall and bring up the container fence. This is an idea that I think could really help our country. Now, I've been talking about lining the entire 1,000-mile area that I described as the most vulnerable back in 2008. And Trump has copied and calls it a wall. This container fence could veritably be exactly what we need. And the total price tag on this is $1 billion. That's a pretty good deal. And I think that Trump could sell the people in the Democratic Party on this just by the sheer cost savings. But Trump won't talk about it, because the people that run and control Trump want to make a lot of money on this fence. He even wants to still call it a wall. He refuses to give up, and that's why he's having a war of words with Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, Obama was a waste of time. No, Obama was a New World Order puppet who was designed to make it look like he was trying, but of course the old crows in Congress would block his stuff. You never did understand that Barack Obama was just a New World Order puppet. If you didn't get that in the 8 years that we've been forced to take his huge policies that have cost us all dearly, you're going to be paying a $15,000 deductible on your insurance. You're paying $10,000 right now, but that's up next. You'll have to pay $15,000 out of pocket next cycle just to cover your insurance costs before they even start paying, on top of paying your insurance premiums. All right, Sarah's here to bring everything down to a short, relaxing show.
Just like chill.
Chill,
everybody.
exactly. Thank you.
It's all chill. Exactly. Is Adam Levine gonna perform at the Super Bowl? An urge to hate has always been part of a chosen halftime performance act. They want to speak through the music. Good evening, chat room celebrity. Yeah, pretty soon. It's not my birthday yet, but very, very close. Like a week away. Less than a week away. The whole lake was frozen. Frozen Lake, Michigan from the plane. It was like day after tomorrow kind of stuff. Man, pretty crazy. Yeah, look at that. That's amazing. You're like, Sarah, of course I can't look at it yet. You're not showing it to me. Yeah. Frozen Lake, Michigan. That did totally remind me of Day After Tomorrow. No, Ticken. Why would I do that? You're a summer baby, Shadow? Sounds good. They made a movie about you. What was it called? Oh, aw, Shadow, no. It's not true, is it? Ha. If there's bears around Chicago, the Chicago polar bears, well, there is a team called the Bears, the Cubs. Chicago Cubs? Something like that. Hello, maxed out credit. I don't have maxed out credit. I pay off all my credit cards every month. In a few years, you'll be 40. Maybe you'll get that taken care of before then. All right. Don Jr.'s calls before the 2016 Trump Tower meeting weren't with his dad. They were between Trump Jr. and two of his business associates. And it occurred on the same day that he had the conversation with Amin Agalarov. Yeah, most of the time they are below the radar. You never know where those people hang out. Oh, there's a Navy boot camp near Lake Michigan. It gets cold in the winter. Wow. I disagree, 390. There's already been much better presidents in my lifetime. That's cool. The Forrestal had President George Bush on their boat. Good. I've heard, is that woman, Howie?
You described yourself back then as a...
It's not the same woman that I thought of, but... Wow. Cosmetic procedures and tanning injections. Wow. So people really can change themselves. That's pretty stunning. I don't know, Shadow. I don't really have time to talk to David. You're right. I am too young to have known Ike Eisenhower. Well, sure, I have time, but Dave is on the show and I'm not, and so I don't talk to him as often. But then we talk on the weekends and he talks to me about everything he talks to you about on the show. It's not good to hear a repeat.
Hey, Sarah, you want to reheat your cocoa?
It's not cocoa, it's tea, but yes, I'd love it reheated.
I'll reheat it for you.
I thought of heating it up, reheating it, but I didn't. Anyway, David's wonderful. He reheats my tea and makes my dinner, and really great. A zebra died after it was left in the cold. There have been frost quakes. Maybe because of the thaw that is going to be following the polar blast. Yeah, that would be cool to have a cat segment to talk about the cat. Chicagoans have been startled by loud booms and cracking sounds. It could be a frost quake that happens in cold weather. When the ground gets saturated with water and ice, it can expand and crack, which makes a loud booming sound. It can also be caused by metal or wood in the home expanding and contracting because of the cold. House frames, rooftop floorboards, air pockets inside the house. It's a natural occurrence during cold weather. No, I did not call in sick at school. It's just the night air, I think. It's just hanging in there. Yes, I do remember the Batman show with Adam West. No, I'm not going to unban all. I don't know. We broadcast here on iVlog and on Vaughn Live. Our Vaughn Live site is third party, not America's third party. We also have a site. We also broadcast on Periscope. You might be right, 950. You might be right. And Bloomberg, is Bloomberg running as well? But the thing is that, well, I don't hope you're right, because I can't stand Trump. At all. I don't like him. I think if he got, it all depends on if he gets on the ballot. I mean, Schultz has the financing that he could probably get on the ballot, but who are the people that are protesting against him? I can see then why. Oh, because they don't want billionaires to run? Wait, don't... Oh, so it's Democrats that are... because he could be a spoiler. That's ridiculous. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I do think people are ready for a third party. Just makes me, well, I can see why David says he needs to be like, to have a lot more resources if you were to go out and campaign in person. Wow. That's so crazy, Dr. Meow. Only in America, huh?
All right, here's some tea for you.
I think he'll take a lot of Republican votes as well, 950. He might even win the whole thing. I think people are ready for a third party. I really do. But the thing is that they won't take a third party seriously until we get on the ballot. And getting on the ballot is either very costly or very difficult. Very difficult for sure, either way. But costly could do it. But, you know, people, they say they're ready for a third party, but it's all about, I mean, ballot access is just so ridiculous. A Democrat wants to tax the rich at 90%. There's so many, like, Democrats that, like, protest and yes, I agree with Real Magoo. The Democrats have swung very far to the left, and we need a third party that's moderate. Thanks, Ben. I can read the iVlog chat. Take it easy, Shadow. We do need someone that's moderate, that's in the middle of the political spectrum, not super far right and super far left. I think that's an issue with the politics these days, is everything's become so polarized. That's an interesting idea, Dune. I don't think I ever saw Dune. Dr. Meow thinks the country should elect a scientific council instead of a president. Because the president doesn't do anything. At least the scientific council would work to solve real problems of the nation. Would be less likely to be swayed by political personalities and finances. I don't remember that movie. The Mentos Society, the real trilogy. I don't think I saw that. Okay, go ahead and link that thing you think Trump has delivered on. I don't like Trump, but I don't like the Democrats either. I guess that's why one reason I'm a centrist. I don't like any of them. You don't like politics, period. I don't know. I think it's kind of pushed me into being a centrist. You think as a consequence of me being a centrist is me not liking the Republicans or Democrats? Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm a centrist, therefore I don't like them. But it's not just like that. Usually I thought, like, I guess I thought it would like certain things of the parties, and I'm more of a everybody let's all get along, but it's just I can't stand them. Maybe it is. Maybe my centrist ideals result in my abhorrence of their policies. Maybe that makes more sense. I mean, yeah. Do I think the new generation thinks about politics? I think they think about climate change. It all depends on who's in the new generation. You've got the Democratic version of the new generation. You've got the Republican version, but I think that's going to the wayside. Maybe that's it, Ticken. I think you got it. Actually, 950 is saying, like, today's generation seems to not have a clue or care. I think it's more that they don't care than not having a clue. You've been isolated, like, on an island or something? Wow, a rare half-male, half-female cardinal has been spotted in Pennsylvania. maybe David's right. Maybe there is something in the air. It's not just affecting humans, it's affecting animals as well. Yeah, how times have changed, True Blue. Oh my God. I don't know. Dr. Meow, that you have my sense of humor. Oh God, that was hilarious. That was great. Dr. Meow typed, half male, half female cardinals? There's plenty of those in the Vatican. Okay, you're eating cashews. Thank you for letting us know. All right. If they promote some kind of politics, we could. Okay, True Blue. Don't worry, Chicken. I don't talk about politics at school. But I do have the right to talk about politics as a private citizen. And I have the right to be a private citizen when I'm not on the school grounds. I mean, thank you, Scissor Fight, for the picture. The magic of the internet. That's really cool. That's inside some kind of... Is that like a violin or something? It's a cool picture. Let me show you all of that. Isn't that beautiful? It's a view from inside a French cello that was made during the Napoleonic era. How cool is that? Like there's some kind of writing inscribed in it along the seam right there. pretty amazing. Dr. Meow likes it, so she's like, enlarge it, and I could live in there. Why would you want someone to log your IP 950? Don't worry. I know, you know, the thing is that we have to overcome apathy by caring. That's the only way that we can overcome apathy, I think. Is your IP 950-47711? I probably could, but I don't. I'm not as tech savvy as I should be. Polar vortex by the number of 6 states in the U.S. record temperature lower than the South Pole. Wow. Pretty crazy. Well, and it would be lower. Wait. I was thinking, in a way, it would be lower than the South Pole because right now, that's like the summer that we get is what they are experiencing in the South Pole now. So that doesn't really surprise me. Did global warming cause the polar vortex? Or David says that Russians are moving uranium. So does that cause the polar vortex? A robot that thinks for itself from scratch brings forward the rise of the self-aware machines.
Wow. Okay, well, we're prepared. We're aware of the self-aware machine now that we're aware of it.
Engineers at the Columbia University claim to have smashed one of the biggest barriers in the field of robotics after a mechanical arm, which had not been programmed with any instructions, began performing practical tasks after just a few hours.
Wow.
It's said this is the first time a robot has shown the ability to imagine itself, working out what its purpose is and how to perform it.
Fascinating. Wow. That is quite a breakthrough. Some of you are still learning to tie your shoes, and they've got robots that are learning to work with unlimited strength.
The robot arm spent 35 hours moving about at random, but intensive machine learning computing was going on during that 35 hours.
Machine learning computing. This is fascinating. Thank you. Well, very good. Good to know.
Wow.
Not that we could do anything to stop it, but the cyborg world is creeping up on us. Thank you, Sarah, for helping and giving us everyone a respite from my constant chatter.
Now they listen to my constant chatter and they're like, wow, lose your voice.
You're losing your voice, I know. You need to rest again. See, she should have just listened to you. You people should have said something. Some guy did call, but it was a death threat, so that doesn't really count as a call. Death threats don't count. Yeah, I don't have you in isolation. I agree with you. The Mueller stuff is a bunch of crap. We expected much more from Robert Mueller. Biting winds made the extreme cold more life-threatening as AccuWeather real feel temperatures dropped under 50 below zero. Wow. Frostbite could occur in mere minutes on exposed skin in these conditions. Yeah. You have the same copper thing but no coffee in it? How can you stand being in the early morning hours without a cup of coffee in your hand, Dr. Meow? How can anyone even wake up without a cup of coffee? It must be like 7 in the morning where you are right now. You drink vodka in the morning to wake up? Wow, must be tail of the pup kind of thing. You probably drink a little vodka and some tomato juice. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. He's got the lives of 6,500 souls he claims he killed, and we can't verify anything he says. Yeah. Or I'm sorry, was it 7,500 people you claim you killed? Yeah, renowned hitman in our room. We don't know what to make of him. Check these temperatures. Okay, let's see what we have here. Oh, wow. Minus 77 degrees Fahrenheit. How is this even possible? I realize the polar vortex got a little out of control, but clearly they're causing this entire thing to happen. This is not natural. It's purposeful. They're trying to accelerate global climate changes. Yeah, you can't even look at this without constantly asking yourself, how much of this has something to do with this? The endless spraying in the skies above us. Yeah, all we have to do is stop this. I think this will straighten out for a while. And then we can deal with the bigger problem of carbon pollution filtration, which the elitists are ignoring. Oh, look at these birds, beautiful. That's a very beautiful picture. Do you mind if I bring that in? This looks really good as a background. It's very musical too. Thank you. I will check it out right now. Save that. The background of the ages. It's beautiful. All right. 77 degrees below Fahrenheit is beyond belief. Minnesota, Tuesday evening. That's crazy. Well, hopefully they're getting a respite now. And the lowest actual recorded temperature in Minnesota was 56 in history. That's fascinating. Backgrounds, right? Whew. All right, we're checking out of that section into a new background. Yay. A musical background from the dark depths of the libraries of consciousness. We bring you a musica. Look at that. Wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I'm the big art guy here. I really enjoy art. Sarah, and music, I really do. Sarah's very interested in talking about AI, which I thought that was very interesting too. But I will emerge from the depths. There we go. Yeah, I like that a lot. Wow, that's cool. They're destroying the environment there anyways. Meow isn't Russian, he's a Zionist. Oh, I know he's a Zionist. I realize that. I'm not trying to divide the world. I realize Zionists have a perspective. I get that. But from my perspective, I can't label every Zionist as being the perpetrator of the New World Order. Just like, nor can I say that every Ashkenazi is greedy. Nor can I say that every Jewish person is a good goy, a good person, because I'm the goyim. All I can tell you is that we shouldn't be labeling each other. We should be moving toward solutions, less greed, less concepts of taking over the world, and more egalitarian democracy, whatever that is. Polar vortex bitter cold could cost the U.S. economy $5 billion. Though the worst may be over, yet similar is the amounts of Donald Trump's wall. Right. Plus, it cost $5 billion for the work furlough, too, True Blue. The work furlough of people trying to get, a job or who are working and couldn't get paid, they're going to be paid. That was a vacation. They enjoyed every bit of it. Coast Guard had a nice 3-week vacation there. Yeah, they were at home, a lot of them. I don't know about firing swords being brought back to Nevada. I don't get that. And Scissor Fight has, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. John D. Rockefeller. Wow. Oh gosh, how delicious were those clams? I just had my serving. Incredible.
65.
You can't go wrong with anything in mac and cheese, organic mac and cheese. And Sarah said she had some crab today. I doubt it was organic pasta, but she had crab and mac and cheese. I had clams, or actually mussels were great. The oysters were kind of a thrilling experience too in the actual mix. I don't think you're going to be working at all, Howie. Most of us are going to be hooked up to a monthly income of a minimum of 400, more like 1,000 a month. That's probably where we're headed. But I'm saying 400 because I don't want to compete with Kamala Harris right now. Yeah, she talks through the top of her head. She has no way of funding any of this. 400 a month is going to cost our country around, at minimum, $350 billion per year. At maximum, $700 billion. If everyone was to collect and we couldn't get rid of welfare and food stamps for illegal aliens. I plan on cutting about $25 billion off the food stamp cost by not giving food stamps to illegal and non-U.S. citizens. And even green card holders wouldn't get food stamps. They would have food banks in the area, but they wouldn't get food stamps. This would go solely to U.S. citizens. So we'd be shrinking the food stamp numbers in some ways, but adding a lot more per person. $400 is a lot of money. $100 a week. Everyone will qualify. This is an expanded food stamp program, really, what I'm talking about. And man, that clam dinner was phenomenal. I think if you do have something in your cupboard like smoked clams or smoked mussels, or go to the dollar store and get and then have a box of this Safeway brand organic mac and cheese. It's lower than Annie's. Annie's generally costs about $2.50. They sell this at Safeway for $1.50, which is a good idea. And then make yourself a meal with some onions and celery and maybe a pepper or something. Tomato even. Tomato might be good. California's steel containers, weird fire corrosion and other anomalies. Wow. You've got something. Scissor Fight has something on the California fires down in Paradise. Wow.
And even our sign is damaged. We had a little sign here saying.
Wow.
There's our stove. That was our kitchen.
Wow, nice kitchen.
Those are our stem walls.
Nice. Love the exterior.
The back sidewalk.
Wow.
That's where our shed was.
This is a tragic story of the loss of life and material objects and homes in the Paradise, California area. We'll play that tonight. Very good. Outstanding. Oh, there I am. Yeah. Yeah, Annie's are $1 where Howie gets them. So if you're getting Annie's organic for $1, go for it. I'm formally against chemtrails and government cover-ups, and I'm against forced vaccination too. We have a variety of things that the two parties won't even get close to. So that's why we keep pushing this. We even have a promo to talk about things like that, like this. That explains what we're all about, and we are different, very different from the two parties. But we are also centrists insofar as I support your right to bear arms, like the Republicans do. And I definitely don't want pro-life issues pushed upon the American people. I'm more pro-choice that way. But I'm willing to concede that maybe first trimester abortions would be ideal. First trimester abortions. Okay. Yes. Yes, Enrica. What can I do for you? Well, I've seen people before that they've never faced the downside of a muzzle. You know, I've had shotguns held to my head. I've been in situations where I've had guns pumped and ready to go to blow my head off, and I haven't flinched. I would hate to see how you people were on the other end of a muzzle. I'll tell you that. Yeah. I got another death threat. Number 2 for tonight. I get 3 to 4 death threats a day now. Yeah, we keep an open line. I don't want to, let them have any power over people calling in. Well, you didn't tell me how I can be assertive and democratic at the same time. I'm willing to compromise. I'm even finding a brokered position right now between Pelosi and Trump. Simply call it a fall, in between a fence and a wall, that we're going to actually build a fall, Or possibly just get Nancy Pelosi to say she wants to fortify the 700-mile existing fence. Say, okay, well, let's build it up and pull the word wall out of the negotiations. Just say building up the fence, but make it 1,000 miles. Yeah, so a built-up fence. This is a counter for Pelosi and Schumer to consider. Building up the fence to 1,000 miles from where it is right now at 700. Keep using the word fence, because I know Pelosi said she doesn't want to use the word wall. This is how ridiculous this is. And I think Donald Trump says he doesn't care what you call it, as long as you get him the money. So get him the money and call it a fence. Problem solved. You see how that's a soft centrist position? I'm not like stepping on Donald. He gets his way, he gets his money. We're not, and he's already said he doesn't care if you call it a fence. Because he's the guy, he took my idea. The 1,000-mile fence is my idea. He took the 1,000 miles. The fence idea dates back to Pat Buchanan and even myself. I was talking about the fence in the early 90s. Remember, I was 32 in 92. 32 years old in 92. So I was on it. My father and I used to talk in the same room I'm in right now about the wall and how we needed to bring our troops home. So finding a common ground that would be a compromise in this particular area is really going to be my forte. And that's where I will excel over Trump. He looks for arguments. He's constantly looking, he's being divisive. He bullies people. I'm much more a soft sell and finesse. And I think that's a bigger step in the right direction from where we're at today. Plus, I'm going to be totally transparent and offer everybody an open conversation every day in a chat room. 24/7, we'll staff it with C-SPAN workers, and you can chat interactively 24/7, bringing up ideas you think will help the country. And any idea that gets elevated to an important position, the C-SPAN staff will offer a poll. You might even be able to pitch yourself as a poller, offer polls. People can vote on them. And when we see polls start to emerge with a number of votes, and these will have to be US IPs, no VPNs from overseas, and no VPNs within the United States either will be allowed in. But authentic IPs from people who are actually Americans, that's what we'll be taking. We will have a full, real-time assessment of where we want to go. And we'll know the numbers and what the public sentiment is. Well, it's because I think the angulation of my face is designed to not deteriorate over time. Yes, most people have a more of a square jaw, whereas my jaw obviously has a little bit more of an oval shape to it. That's the secret. Yeah, right there. My design was developed in order to withstand the degradation of gravity. So this position right here in my face is actually capable of withstanding as much gravity as possible during the time period of my duration of existence. Beep. Thank you. That was loud. David, why have all these old geezers in Congress? We need younger meat like Ocasio. It can be worse, Joe. Ocasio is clueless. She's absolutely clueless. She's got a lot of passion, but she doesn't understand government. And she doesn't seem that smart. I don't know what her GPA was in school, but she doesn't seem that sharp. We don't need people who are just hanging on intellectually like Nancy Pelosi. We need people who are really, really smart like Donald Trump. Just kidding. But no, yes, useful people, and definitely bring in the youth, but make sure they know what they're talking about. I'm sure there are a lot of young graduates from college in political science that would put Ocasio to shame. I'd like to see Ocasio in a round-robin discussion with a few thank you, that's weird, with a few intellectuals, not just people that like to cheerlead. Coal fly ash mix and big chemical aerosol dump by British Airways. Let's take a look. Da, 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 da. I'll do the sound effects, or shall we? This has got to be Mike Decker. Reload. Reload. Well, my internet's not working too good here.
This looks like he throwing in a little coal fly ash there.
Wow, coal fly ash. Yeah. You're breathing this crap. Toxic fumes, you name it. Ah. Here's a classic photograph of
chemical covered local sun's pretty.
Chemicals.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Wow.
They definitely threw in a little there.
Amazing. We will be featuring more of this desecration of our planet coming up in a little bit. Yeah. And Mad Dog has the how to make a potent and easy can of butter with Miss Green Queen. Wow, that looks like fun. Okay. Miss Green Queen. How do you handle a hungry man? With cannabis cream. Can of butter. Can of butter made from cannabis. This looks good. 8 minutes of her tonight. Miss Green. Green Queen. Loving it. Cool. Yeah, I mean, anything to kind of bring out the fun in our show is always good. Cannabis. Got it. I'll put it in cannabis as well. And look at this picture. This is an actual bonsai tree that literally grew up around a statue of Bruce Lee. Fantastic. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, it's really amazing, Dave. Well, thank you, Clint. Good to see you're in. Yeah. Go ahead and make my bonsai day. That's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that wonderful moment in Bonsai Land. It's a beautiful day in our neighborhood. Okay, we're still waiting on information. The woman was released in Moscow, but we don't know what happened to her. Maybe she was released and then terminated. The woman who was arrested originally in Thailand and then sent to Belarus and then detained in Moscow here has been released. She is, her husband filmed as agents detained her at the Moscow airport. Her name is Anastasia Vashukevich. A model posted video of herself on a yacht owned by Oleg Deripaska, the Putin-aligned oligarch and ex-business partner of Paul Manafort, Trump's 2016 campaign chief. And this guy goes on to talk about it here.
Manafort, the campaign chairman of the Trump campaign, was in debt to this mobbed-up Russian businessman who was a crony of Vladimir Putin.
And then in 2017, Navalny, the guy who wanted to run for president, who Putin said couldn't because he had committed fraud on some trumped-up charge, in Russia. He exposed the connection to her and the oligarch. Vachukevich was arrested while traveling in Thailand. Bizarre tale began last year when she's arrested.
She was arrested and jailed in Thailand on
prostitution charges. She claims she recorded Deripaska discussing the election. She says
witnessed meetings between the Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska and at least 3 Americans who she refused to name. She claims they discussed plans to affect the U.S. elections.
She reportedly had been offered safe passage on her way home to Belarus. She reportedly had been told that even though she would have to stop in Moscow on her commercial flight on the way home to Belarus, she would be allowed to proceed home. But today, when she landed in Moscow for a change of flights, she was arrested.
So that's an interesting side note at the very end. The Trump administration moved to ease sanctions on Deripaska's companies. So there is a connection between Manafort owing Deripaska money, Manafort being his campaign chairman, and Donald Trump easing sanctions on Deripaska's companies. That's a direct connection showing Trump and his complicity. Why would he not have sanctions when 99% of Congress ordered sanctions against all Russian companies? Why would he not have them against Russia? Yet now he has them against Huawei, the telecommunications giant in Asia, whose own daughter, the CFO, the chief financial officer, her name is Meng, has been charged with unparalleled breaches of our economic sanctions with Iran. Why? Why the double ethic, Donald? I mean, what's going on? Why are you alienating our trading partners in China and turning a blind eye to any Russian oligarch? That is suspicious. Very suspicious. All right, we're going to drop out of that. I think I'm getting a blast of this. It's too much. Yeah, you notice how I'm starting to, amp out with the light? I think it's just too bright inside my background. If you guys get the message out, we can improve on past years. But my trajectory currently is 2088. My election of 2088 will be the winning election for me, David Sponheim. I'll be about 127 or 128 years old at that time, so yep, I should be fine. I'm getting younger every year. I found a way to maintain certain elasticity in my synthetic skin, Frubber. By using my fruit spray, I'm able to maintain the skin health. If I use this periodically, repetitively, for the next 120 years, I should be fine. All right, moving on. Apparently people don't realize how important it is to get people on the ballot. But thank you for that, McDundy. We don't have any projections. I'm not here to project anything. No, I think it's pretty obvious. You feel powerless, so you are powerless. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy of your own. By saying you're powerless, you become powerless. For instance, if people don't believe in their vote, many people don't, more than not, over 55% of the population won't even vote. So if we could just get those people to vote, we could take the two parties by storm. You project insecurities on others? I'm so sorry. That's a common trait in this culture. Hi, everyone. They program you to do that. Now here's talk about complainers. This woman is one amazing complainer. Her name is Never Lose Truth on her username account. And she is wonderful. She's exposing the dangers of everything. The situation in Columbia, South Carolina, an entire apartment complex has been evacuated. Agenda 2030 ruthless tactics have been used. She's going to expose it tonight. but we just exposed the bird deaths that have occurred across the globe in the Netherlands from 5G testing. The 5G network is not proven to be safe. Not at all. Yet they're pushing it on us, and we're not able to stop them. They might as well just install, a microwave oven over your head and say, okay, we're ready to zap you. Let's hit it for 30 seconds. What do you say? We'll see what happens to the population. You'll see countless people come down with brain tumors. Yeah, then they'll try it for a minute and a half, and pretty soon, some of you will burn some of your organs and start bleeding out in your orifices. Some of your polyps will burst in your intestines. They're going to treat us like farm animals or laboratory rats if we don't organize politically right now. See, it doesn't really resonate among the brain dead. Where have all the people gone? Long time passing. Hey, check this out. This lady's got a very interesting face.
That would show, if it was true, that he did have knowledge of the meeting at Trump Tower. So this information came to light recently, Jake, and it could answer one of those key questions. As I said, over the meeting, Trump's eldest son, Don Jr., had set up to get Russian dirt on the Clinton campaign. Trump Jr.'s phone calls involving blocked numbers have been this lingering issues as investigators have probed the meeting and whether Trump himself had advanced knowledge through any means of that meeting. Now, we should note, Jake, that Don Jr.'s attorney did not provide a comment for our story.
All right, Pamela, let's go to Manu Raju right now. And Manu, remind us how we...
I can't go there because, for one, this guy should never have had a job in newscasting. He can't speak worth a damn. He's got a speech impediment. And the only reason why CNN shows him is because he's some sort of a token, I don't know what. This guy's got no talent whatsoever. Watch this.
Got here and why people had these suspicions, Democrats had these suspicions that Don Jr. was talking to his father.
Well, it's the timing of the calls that really raised the suspicion, Jake. Just 3 days before that Trump Tower meeting in 2016 was set up, Donald Trump Jr. had a phone call with Emin Agalarov, who's a Russian pop star who was involved with setting up the meeting. And he talked to him on June 6th. He talked to Emin Agalarov. And immediately afterwards, about 23 minutes after that phone call, there was a phone call that...
Well, I don't care if he's well respected or not. He slurs his words and he mumbles and he repeats his statements over and over again. He's not very professional at all. I'd put him on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being professional. I'd give him about a 3. Why don't you just get the hell out of the room for a while? I'm tired of your face. Later. My God, what an idiot. You people have a low bar for your newscasting watching CNN. I see we've got a bunch of commie socialist libtards in here right now. I'm going to have to keep their mouths shut for a while. Well, you don't like to shave? I feel much better shaving. What happened in Colombia? That's going to be a good one. Never lose truth. Thank you. And we got Mike Decker. Chemtrail City. Chemtrail City. Yes, indeed. And this, I don't want a nation of thinkers. I want a nation of workers. I'm going to play right now. This is John D. Rockefeller. Well, for some reason, not playing. A network error has been stopping.
65. Passage of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. The number of educational psychologists in schools rise from 455 in 1969 to 16,146 in 1992. Probably just coincidentally, the number of child murderers and suicides skyrocketed as well.
You know, I'm going to play this a little bit later. Thank you. That's good, though. I know. It's run by trolls, Russian trolls over there. Yes, they are. They're still up there. They're having their field day. They think it's funny to joke around. And the libtards have been camping out here. Gardy Lou came in right after Transcender got kicked out. So I'm pretty sure Gardy Lou is Transcender. Yeah, he's got a real problem. He just doesn't understand that not all of us watch the mainstream media and get drone propaganda delivered to our brain every day to make us all nod our heads and go, I believe everything I see on TV. He's one of those guys. That's why I got him out. Oh, and now Trimest Justice is in. Yeah. They got the Indian demographic, but he's obviously not representative of the people of Calcutta. I would be a better representative of Calcutta. I could speak better for the people of New Delhi than this man. He is so white bread. He does not even represent culture. I could speak better Indian than he is, and speak the news with better dialect. Welcome to the literal nanny state. Oh yeah. It's Moocher Land. Welcome to the nanny state formed by the Socialist Democrats of Barack Obama. Here we are. The downfall of modern society.
Today we're going to talk about vaccines.
So I don't know if you guys saw.
I love it. Thank you. That'll be great. That's going to be fun to watch. Yeah. That's the last day of our wonderful month of January. I know. It upset me too. Mark was in the room trying to hang out, acting like he was Mr. Cool. It's like, whatever. I don't care. As long as I have a free place to broadcast, I'm good with that. That's why we do it. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Whew. All right. My screens are up. I don't need any interference. You guys are finally warming up across the country. Right.
Certain members of the government.
Just getting everything lined up for tonight's show. Hey, we've got a new way to make food looking good. Somebody came up with a way to do it naturally. When I used to make TV commercials in Hollywood, we had food budgets. We did a lot of promotional shoots. I was part of a production team, and we would bring in top quality cooks to make food for various stores to show, you know, what food ideally looks like. And the budgets for these commercials were insanely huge, like $20,000 to $30,000 for just a photo shoot of some food. And I could never get over how they make all this food and then spray it with hairspray. I'm talking Aquanet everywhere. Not one piece of that food was edible. It was completely sprayed with Aquanet. And it just pissed me off that they'd make all this food and then throw it in the dumpster with Aquanet on it. So hopefully we'll get some good ideas from this video. Oh, it's kind of like what I just said. It's exposing all the lies. Okay, cool. That'll be good. Play that later tonight too. And we got Ozzy Osbourne to kick off the 10 o'clock hour tonight. We got Crazy Train. I haven't heard this song in a long time. Yeah, instead of patriarchy or matriarchy, we should call the government what it really is, the hatriarchy. Bravo, Ticking Time Bags. Right on. Speaking of right, I am going to have to play my song. It's a daily thing, and I waited till the last minute. So here is Mr. Right.
Cause you make me melt. Oh, Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. mystery, cause you make me melt. Oh, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
All right, Mr. Right again, another installment in our Mr. Right saga. We've got the solar rooftop revolution. I talked about this in the early pre-show today, and we want to create jobs when automation starts to take them. And the projections are in about 10 years, you're going to be losing 30% of your jobs. Those of you who are making 80,000 a year, you're going to lose about 30% of your jobs. So if you're earning 80,000 a year right now, you'll lose 30% of your jobs. If you're earning 20,000 a year right now, you're going to lose 80% of your jobs in 10 years. These are the projections. Automation is still moving forward. Even attorneys will be replaced by automated answering machines. Hello, who would you like to sue? My landlord. Would you like to make that an actual lawsuit, or would you like to have a stay of eviction? I'd like a stay of eviction. What is the county and state? So-and-so. Okay, that'll be $29.99, and we will submit it to the county immediately for filing. I mean, seriously, you're not going to need an attorney pretty soon. They're going to be completely wiped out. All those attorneys are going to be sitting around on their ass without a job. Press 3 for witness tampering. Press 4 for obstruction of justice. Press 5 for Mr. Trump's personal lawyer, Mr. Giuliani. I don't know. Why would I want to talk to him? He changes his mind every few minutes. He backpedaled recently on the timeline of the Trump Tower proposal for Moscow, the Moscow Trump Tower. He backtracked on the timeline and said it was hypothetical when Trump stopped talking about it. Because the timeline showed that Trump was committing collusion with Russia. It's like, okay. Yeah, he's the only attorney I've ever seen, never mind, that acts like Gilda Radner. Never mind. I didn't mean it. So, you know, Trump couldn't find an attorney, right? I mean, he had to find Giuliani. He couldn't get around it. Oh, he's close to her. Yeah, well, Giuliani's got some issues. We're not really sure what's going on underneath the deck there. Well, he was involved with Trump in the early days. You know, Studio 54, you probably know all about that. The wild years, the sex orgy years. You probably read about Trump in your biographies. You Trump supporters, you must have read about Trump's sex orgy years, right? You didn't? No. Oh, you didn't know that he was an adulterer and paid Michael Cohen to pay Stormy Daniels to not talk about the one-night affair they had? All right, I want to bring that up. But here's Rudy Giuliani in drag.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try.
You know, I'm beginning to think that maybe we should have a video camera in the Oval Office. Don't you think? I mean, come on. I mean, if he's in there with Carolyn Sunshine 1 minute with a 22-year-old, and he's got Giuliani in dress up, this would be better than a sitcom. I mean, can you imagine Trump doing a show from the Oval Office? He should do a TV show. Let's get Mark Burnett on the phone and see if he can pull off Celebrity Apprentice 2, but we'll call it, I know, Presidential Apprentice. Or Presidential Press Assistant. Hi, Mark. Hi, this is David Spahn. I'm calling. You don't know me, no. What? Yeah, I'm just a guy on the internet. Sorry, Mark. Sorry, I won't call you again. Why didn't Mark Burnett give Donald Trump the rights to Celebrity Apprentice? I mean, Trump was like worth $3 billion. Couldn't he have afforded it? Come on. I mean, really. I mean, Are they even doing Celebrity Apprentice now? Anyway, I think Donald could be. I don't see any reason why not. The possibility that they had a transsexual relationship is very, very low on the totem pole, but you never know. It was just a joke. They were doing a commercial. Hey, if you're concerned about giving your data away and you're participating in the 10-year challenge, apparently this is putting people at risk. Apparently AI is using this information to morph people's faces. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, they're actually tracking people's faces. Like this was me in 2008.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
Yep, that was 2008, and you know, I have changed very little. A lot of people, like Ryan Seacrest, they're taking selfie pictures, but the 10-year challenge here is revealing that they're trying to harvest AI data from these pictures. Seriously.
Data and emerging technology consultant Kate O'Neill warned in a Wired opinion piece that's out right now. Thanks to this meme, there's now a very large data set of carefully curated photos of people from roughly 10 years ago and now.
Similar concerns were raised last year about Google's Arts and Culture app. It matched people with artwork that supposedly looked like them. Google says it discarded users' selfies once the matches were found. The website Pop Sugar released its own app for finding celebrity doppelgangers. The company later revealed photos submitted for its twinning challenge were initially stored on an unsecure server. Also, many Instagram users who created collages of their top 9 most liked posts of 2018 may have given their email addresses and other user data to a company in Uruguay. Really? Wow. Regarding the 10-year challenge, Facebook told CBS News, quote, our face recognition systems are not tracking, studying, or aware of this meme. Wired senior writer and CBS News contributor Izzy Lepowski is here. Good morning.
Good
So
morning.
Facebook says, look, this was a user-generated meme. They didn't have anything to do with it. But how could Facebook use these photos?
Right, so there's nothing inherently bad about this. It was all in good fun, generated by users. But what we have to think about is what we're giving away when we're having this fun, right? And so in the case of the 10-year challenge, it is this streamlined, organized data set that shows what you look like 10 years ago and what you look like now. And if you are trying to train a machine learning algorithm to learn how people age, this is something that Facebook could do. This is something that other researchers might want to do. This gives you a pretty nifty way of doing that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit weirded out by the whole concept. Photo tagging suggestions, all of this will be played later tonight. Yeah, this entire story will be discussed. And I'll be joining the panel as one of the guests, and we will be doing a roundtable discussion. Hi, ladies. Hi, how are you? I know, you look beautiful. Oh, yeah. So do you, Jack. You look good too. Yeah. Look at that suit you're wearing. What is that, an Armani? You look good in Armani. Yeah, so I'll be having a conversation with them as well, interactively. Not. All right. Photo tagging. Who cares? Yeah, it's like a non-issue. Yeah, but I will play it later, unfortunately. Okay, I think we're done with practically every story. Here's a picture of Chicago. One person, David Funk, tweeted, my brother was on one of the few flights into Chicago this morning. He took this photo of frozen Lake Michigan from the plane. Wow, folks, look at this. Wow, that is amazing. Look at the fracture down all of Lake Michigan. It's frozen, the whole top is. Unbelievable. Yeah. That's amazing. And we talked about the robotic arm that thinks for itself from scratch, brings forward rise the self-awareness machines. Yeah, this thing learned on its own what it needed to do. That's kind of a breakthrough, folks. When you can't even learn to tie your shoelaces at times, robots are learning quicker than we are. That's why I'm saying we have to build up new jobs in America. And what we've come up with is these two major areas that need work. Obviously, building a rooftop solar backup for all of us is a way to get jobs. We could fund this with the existing program we currently have. The Army Corps of Engineers works on developing solar panels for the Army. We simply get them to mass produce these things for the population to start distributing. And we'll get a net cost for a rollout for one roof, like 40 foot by 15 feet of rollout. That'd be more than enough to create enough energy on the south facing side of your house to power 30% of your energy. And we could actually save money, you save money, we get money back from your savings, and you still save on your electric bill from where you're at right now. So we're gonna roll out the carpeting. It's Army Corps of Engineers solar carpet system that is fully available. And once I start my presidency, we can start mass producing these. Isn't that cool? Now, why our government and Trump doesn't put 2 and 2 together and get 4, I don't know. There's a lot of disconnects in our government that is being stymied by a lack of creativity at the executive branch. So that's something we're going to be doing. We've got an existing home program with our HUD funds. And our HUD funds are around 17 to 20 billion a year. The home program could occupy about 5 billion a year. And we could start funding you to work on a house, and some of you journeyman plumbers and electricians can get a guaranteed salary of $25 an hour if you're out of work. Great opportunity to get 25 bucks an hour if you're a journeyman plumber. If you're a regular guy, you can get $15 an hour painting walls. So this will be something we'll be rolling out in key cities like Detroit initially, and getting the jobs, the shovel-ready jobs that Obama promised out into the field and getting them rolling. That's the goal. And these are ideas the Democrats don't have and the Republicans don't have. So if you're thinking about a third party, this is the time to start getting behind it and telling your friends about it in America. We also have the modern mobile medical unit system that can solve problems with lowering the cost of health care. Because that's clearly the big issue for most people now, is the bill they're getting when they get sick. It's crazy. And the Democrats, Republicans don't have any plan to lower the cost of health care. This is a solid plan. And it's guaranteed you'll be able to get a full checkup for a copay of $30. It'll be free for you to use any of these vehicles if you have a public option pay-in plan. It'll be a copay of $30 if you don't have a plan, if you have no insurance. And we won't keep records. We won't keep your records. We'll hand them back to you. It's not designed to track your physical health. We're merely trying to provide immediate care for people. So some people won't go to the doctor because they don't want their records altered. We'll at least give you the anonymity that you deserve, but we'll give you quality care, diagnostic treatment, preventative health care, and even a diet plan for your 30 bucks. And if you can't pay anything, Medicaid funds will cover it. But that's a far lower cost than what we're charging Medicaid right now. Your standard doctor visit is like $150 to $250 Medicaid pays for anybody who goes to the doctor and says, "Hi, how are you? How are you feeling today?" Okay, that'll be $150. We're paying that fee right now, and that's got to stop. This will pick up the slack for a lot of crowded ER, trauma care units, lowering the cost of healthcare in the private sector. And unlike Kamala, who wants to provide Medicare for all, which is crazy, we've got Medicaid for all right now, so what's the problem? Kamala wants to shut down all private healthcare insurers. I don't want to alter the private healthcare insurance industry. I want us to have a public option as an option, not to alter and be like a socialist like Kamala's being, trying to control politics and eliminate competition. Big mistake. That woman is off her socialist rocker. Not a good idea. And all of that money that they're expecting is unfundable. Ocasio can't even come up with a way to fund any of her programs. It's ridiculous. These people are talking off the top of their head. And you know it, I know it. And you workers and you taxpayers are going to have to pay through the nose to finance the big expanding healthcare costs this country is incurring right now under the Democrats. So an end to that we'll begin to see the light of. Thank you. I know there's huge money in private insurance, but I'm not saying those companies shouldn't survive and strive to do better. I don't want to cut back our ailing industries. That's like telling Sears and And Kmart, you're done. Wrap it up. You're over. No, keep trying. Build your business back up. There's a guy who's underwriting Sears right now. He's going to keep stores open. That's the attitude we need. That's the entrepreneurial syndrome that got us to where we are today. We've got to get that back. Plus, we need more production of real products that will really help the world, that we can sell to the world. And I have a great idea for that, but I can't talk to you about it right now until I become president. Yes, you'll get full venereal disease protection. In fact, what I'm planning on is all Planned Parenthood operations that we have in America. I'll begin to downsize their funding and force more money into kiosks for people. Every Planned Parenthood location in America should have a kiosk offering STD tests, STI tests, any type of venereal disease tests that you're worried about. You can take those home with you and pee in a cup and mail it somewhere. There's ways of having tests done to see if, totally private too. We'll have a system set up for you to do that, as well as pregnancy tests and possibly even maybe making the morning after pill more available for people. I'm more than willing to work in that direction. We don't want children who are not wanted. They only become criminals in our society. No. This is really good. 9 suppressed inventions. 9 suppressed inventions that would actually have saved the world. That's a good video for tonight. Thank you. Mr. Bill has this one.
Number 9, the water fuel cell. In 1985, Stanley Meyer created a technical design of a perpetual motion machine he called the water fuel cell. He claimed that an automobile retrofitted with the device could use water as fuel instead of gasoline. The fuel cell split water into its component elements, hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen gas was then burned to generate energy, a process that reconstituted the water molecules.
Very cool. We'll bring that to you as well. Very good one. Yeah, Stanley Meyer, he said he was poisoned. He got up from his chair when sitting with his son and, I think it was his brother and a businessman. He got up, he grabbed his throat, and he said he's been poisoned. Went outside and died of an embolism. Ivan the Terrible says Amazon just made $200 billion. Explain yourself. Thank you. He's losing money. Jeff Bezos has to split his entire assets with his wife. It's a 50-50 state. He didn't have any type of prenup either. What was on the news? A hydrogen splitter? Tell me what you know, Ivan. I don't understand what you're saying. We have Jeff Bezos' response to your question. Hold on, please. Right, we're all set. We're just adjusting the quality for you. Here he is. The guy couldn't even keep track of his own sex pic in the cloud. Now he's looking into investigating how he lost his sex texts with his girlfriend. Tell me this guy should never have been successful. I mean, come on. Some people are successful despite themselves, and I think he definitely qualifies under that category. I mean, really. Anyway, enough of Jeff Bezos. We'll be playing Ozzy Osbourne shortly. He looks better. Okay, I don't know what you're saying, but this reason by what the news media is saying. Amazon sale, he made $200 million. Okay, well, let me look up Amazon sale, $200 million. Let me see. I might be able to decipher what you're saying. We'll somehow reverse engineer this. What it takes. Yeah, idea what it takes to... There's this book called From 20 to 200 Million, What It Takes to Become Rich on Amazon. But I got no news on this, man. Amazon struck a blow against Google by buying a tiny Israeli cloud server. This is... Okay. This is what I'm going to talk about. I reverse engineered the news clip that Ivan the Terrible has instructed me to read. Amazon struck a blow against Google by buying a tiny Israeli cloud company for a reported 200 million plus. Whoa. Yeah. That's why. Yeah, stock value went up big time. I hope that's the story you were looking for. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In the famous words of Andy Kaufman, thank you very much. David, can I negotiate to you with Amazon to have the first ever daily third-party show? No. 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 There's no money to be made here. I am worth billions and billions of dollars. If indeed I monetize what this is. This is bigger than money. I don't want to make money. I want to make a difference, if you can understand. If this was about money, I would have bankrolled this entire effort myself. It would have been simple. I would have transferred funds from my Cayman accounts into... I'm just kidding. But no, if you really want to finance something like Steve Forbes tried to throw $57 million into his campaign to run for president, but Steve Forbes didn't have, you know, what it takes. He had a nice smile. I mean, no question about it. He's a good-looking guy. Steve. He has Forbes magazine. He put $57 million down the drain into his cabinet. If only he had been me, that would have been a different story. All right. Yeah, then the internet arrived. The magazine was helping them quite a bit, though. But now every billionaire out there wants to be a presidential candidate. We need a populist. We need a man who can represent the people of America, not some billionaire. God, that's crazy. I just don't understand where these people like Howard Schultz are going. He was asked the cost of Cheerios. He didn't even have a clue. Who doesn't know the cost of Cheerios? Cheerios? Cheerio? Oh, Cheerio. Midwest is set to endure a record, reinforcing shots of cold from Canada for the remainder of the season, reminding many that the spring is still several weeks off. Meanwhile, the plains and parts of the West could have a week or so above normal temperatures beginning in the second week of February before more seasonal air returns. Thanks, True Blue. Oh, Amazon's a great place to shop because your shipping costs are so low. Our USPS is stipending Amazon to do this. And I'm the guy who brought that up, and Trump borrowed the idea and started railing on it. I thought that was good, Trump's talking about it. They pay $2 per package to ship across country on average. Whereas you and I, if we were going to the post office with a package, we'd pay $20 on average compared to $2. I mean, that's not even comparable. You can get a $13.99 priority medium-sized box to ship if you can fit it into something this big. But if you got something this big, forget it. I sent a 20-pound item this big from Washington to Alabama, an eBay sale. I had some old dishes I sold. They wanted $53 to ship it. The lowest cost, ground, $53, where it would cost about $5 for Amazon to send it. Hey, this has been a great show. Thank you for coming in. We are always back every day at 5 o'clock, and we will have more tomorrow for Freedom Friday. Tonight we'll be playing videos into the evening till 2 in the morning. So enjoy the political chat and discourse. We've got a very good venue, and people are intelligent here. So don't think for a second we aren't ready to go with more people talking on a daily basis. Yes. All right, we're going to sign off now. Thank you for coming in. Be well. Try to get some rest. They say 6 hours minimum. 8 hours is ideal for sleep. Try to get it 6 to 8 hours. You'll feel better. Yeah. All right. Take care.